The attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Hello and good morning here from another beautiful day in Ensenada, Mexico. Folks, this is day number 1. We are ready to rock and roll of the 2025 NORRA Baja. I'm Sean Sermon. I'm going to be bringing the action not just all day today, but all day for 6 days of amazing racing as we head on down the peninsula. Pam Hall's going to be catching all the action for us at the starts and finish. We're going to get to her a little later on in the day today. I'm sorry, but you're stuck with me. But what a great morning it is as we see on our starting line there. We're starting off here in Ensenada and heading on south. It has been a great couple of days so far. Early on, we already had 2 days of tech and contingency. That's happening here. It's been a big party. It's been an awful lot of fun. Everyone has come together. The NORRA family is back again for our biggest race of the year here for NORRA Baja. This is, we call it the 1,000, but it's not, man. We are big miles, well over 1,000 miles this year. Heading down the peninsula. And today is a fun stage. We are from here in Ensenada down to San Felipe. And a lot of this is part of the course, and I'm going to get into it more. We have all day today to talk about this, so I don't want to dump everything out, all the beans right at one time here. But we've got a really cool course set up today all the way down into San Felipe. As you see right now, our competitors lined up and ready to go off the line. And we're going to get our camera action for you, get everything lined up best we can. I'm not going to lie to you. Day one, yesterday, as far as qualifying goes for UTV qualifying and everything, it was great. It was a lot of fun. Everything went really well. Day one of racing being today, our first real day. Well, are we starting off day one here in Ensenada without any production problems or anything like that? No, we're not. Just like usual here in Mexico, things can be a little bit more difficult at times. And so we've been having some issues. So that's why you're going to be stuck here listening to me and watching what we have for you off the start line as our trucks are just taking off. Now, we are going today, we've got all the classes per usual. Nothing new there as far as we're having our trophy trucks, our evolution classes. We've got our vintage classes, everything from the amazing trucks that you see sitting on the line right there, like Mark Post number 3, the Javier's truck right there. I mean, when you think about Baja racing, you have to think about this particular truck in this particular driveway. Mark Post has been here and done that. He has won the championships. He has won all the Baja races, everything down here for years. And now sitting on the line is Mark Post himself. Really exciting stuff. And you think, Ed Herbst and, who else is going to be jumping in this truck? This is going to blow your mind. I know this is happening a little bit recently, but Robbie Gordon is going to run a section in this truck as well, which is unbelievable. I had an opportunity yesterday. Look at that thing. Man, she's a beaut, isn't it? Just so clean and neat. It looks like it's just hauling tail right now. Just sitting there still. What a beautiful, beautiful truck. For me and those of you that tuned into NORRA for years now, you know a little bit about me. And for a kid that grew up and is still living, in Western Massachusetts, not a lot of off-road fans like I was growing up. And I still have pictures of this truck, hanging up in the basement at my mother's house from when I was young, and that was a long time ago. And to see it out here and still winning races and still just being amazing is just awesome. I'm just going to take it and just listen to that thing. I'm going to be quiet just for a second here. Just listen to that out here. Out here is a Riviera racing truck. Just that idle. Now, if that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what does. I mean, it's such an awesome vehicle. And I was lucky enough yesterday, or last night, after our driver's meeting, to have an opportunity to speak with Mark Post again a little bit, which is really cool. He's become a good buddy of mine, and it's always a pleasure to see Mark. And it's telling me some really cool, fun stories about racing, years ago, back when, everyone was kind of cowboys, and it was truly the wild, wild west down here. And before, all the GPS, and before being followed by satellites all the time and all of this. And the battles that he would have with Robbie Gordon and the different things they would do. He's talking about that in battles with Larry Ragland and just everybody. And I'm not going to get into great details because I can't over some of these things and the things they would do. But just awesome stuff. And that's back, when the racing wasn't governed as much. So the things that would happen out on course, nothing bad or great or anything like that, but just the way it was done, because now, with everyone following you with satellites and this and that. But the stories had me laughing. And if I ever catch up to any of you off camera, maybe I could share some of this stuff with you, but I'm not going to do it on camera. I can tell you that right now, because I'd like to have a job in the future. So here we are. Mark Post is off the line. He is our driver of record. Now, for those of you that have not followed the NORRA races in the past, or any off-road racing, keep in mind they have a section here, in for lack of better terms, in layman's terms, I'm going to put it, where they go from the initial ceremonial start, if you will, which is where we're at right now, to the actual start line of the race course. So that's going to be happening out at Rancho Nelson. And that's where UTV qualifying was yesterday. And we're going to touch on that a little while. But so they start off here, ceremonial start. They have to do, a certain mile per hour. It's all about safety, getting them out of the city, out of Ensenada, and get them out more into the desert where it's safe. And then that's where they are able to really get on the gas here. And all the vehicles are starting 1 minute apart. And so the ceremony will start, make their way out to Rancho Nelson. And at that point, that's where they will continue to stay 1 minute apart. But they will then be broken down in between. They'll get out there because they're going to make or lose a little bit of time here. But once they get out there, they'll wait a little bit, get everyone together, and they'll be starting off 1 minute apart. And what everyone was told yesterday in the drivers' meeting, and an interesting point here, is that this year, to do things a little bit differently and hopefully make things flow a little bit better, as far as the racing goes, we're always, like usual, starting 1 minute apart from one vehicle to the next. But everybody has to be at the start line 30 minutes before your start time. So everybody has a designated start time. There's Tim Kunch off the line, another awesome looking truck in the 855. And so everybody has a designated start time every day, whether it's today on day one, and then once we get going, it'll be determined by their finish. And then that's when the classes start to get intertwined, because everybody, right now you're seeing all the big trophy trucks and things like that. Tomorrow you start to see them kind of more intertwined. And then as the race goes on, and we get all the way down to, I'm going to say all the way down. We get 3-4 stages in. You're going to start seeing single-seaters mixed in, UTVs all mixed in. You'll see some of these big, amazing trophy trucks kind of falling back a little bit. And that's when it makes things really interesting. You're going going to hear a lot. This is what I use for NORRA because it's true, especially today's racing. Cream always rises to the top. It certainly does. And so it really separates basically everyone as we go down the peninsula. And the faster competitors, no matter what vehicle or type of vehicle you're in, start moving up towards the front. If there's competitors that maybe are not as fast, but start day one because they start by class up front, but maybe they're not as fast as, say, I'm just throwing names out. Say maybe Mark Post. I'm not picking on you at all. I'm just using it as an example. But Mark Post, say maybe he's having a difficult day, and he's in his trophy truck, and he has 1 or 2 difficult days. God forbid. I'm not putting this on you, Mark. But then you have a PJ Jones who's in a UTV, who's having an amazing race. Next thing you know, you see PJ Jones being the cream. He's rising to the top, and maybe Mark Post is dropping back a little bit. And that's the way it works each day as it goes on. All the classes get intertwined, and then we start seeing, racing for the overall. And so the way it works is everyone has to be at the start line 30 minutes in advance, 30 minutes before their start time. Today's start time is designated by class because it's day number 1, trophy trucks up front, and then technically, slower, where the vehicles would get slower and slower on down the line, and that's done for safety reasons. Eliseo Garcia, our race director, his job is to look at everything number 1 by safety. Yes, of course, it's a race, and he needs to look at everything, with that in mind as well. But he was also very adamant yesterday when he spoke to all the drivers that all of that takes a back burner to safety, no matter what. And we had some incidents yesterday in qualifying where discussed, and maybe a couple people in UTV qualifying might not have been happy with a few of the decisions. And Eliseo Garcia, our race director, said, yeah, I understand that. That's okay. You can be unhappy. I get that. But he said in the nicest way possible, I don't care. I stand by my decisions. And safety is number 1. So this is how we start off. Fast classes go first. Slower classes go towards the end. 30 minutes apart. 30 minutes before each start. And if they're not there at the start line each day, 30 minutes before their start time, they will be penalized 10 minutes. So if you're supposed to start at 8 a.m., you need to be at the start line and ready to rock and roll at 7:30. If you're there at 7:31, you just bought yourself a 10-minute time penalty. Now, if you're there at 7:31, that means you're 1 minute late. You just got a 10-minute penalty. So you got that 10 minutes plus you're penalized the amount of time that you were late. So that you're then going off the line a minute late plus a 10-minute penalty. You're now going with a 11-minute penalty for the day, which is big. And then on top of it, you're getting thrown in the mix because all the cars are starting 1 minute apart. And Eliseo Garcia is going to keep those cars starting 1 minute apart. You're going to get shoved somewhere in the middle and be 30 seconds behind a car, 30 seconds in front of a car. Not ideal, So that being said, I'll continue to touch on that as the day goes on. We're going to be here for a long time. This is going to be at least, if all things go well, a 9-hour day of broadcasting. And so if you could tell, I'm purposely kind of dragging out some of the details and things because we've got an awful lot of time to go over all this with you, and I don't want to burn up all the good stuff right off the bat. Speaking of good stuff, look at that. The Mason team. Unbelievable. These guys, perfect timing when I just say good stuff. That is the good stuff right there. It absolutely is. Beautiful machine. The Mason team, Dave Mason Jr., sitting there with those Yokohamas on. He has been just absolutely amazing. One of the teams when I started doing NORRA 8-9 years ago that just right off the bat just blew my mind just how consistent they are. And I'm not saying, for just a race week, but year after year, whether it's the 500 or the 1,000, and just unbelievable what they do in this particular vehicle. And Dave Mason Jr., man, he's a wheelman, very smart about how they do everything, and their consistency is outrageous. They've been there, won that as far as Baja goes. Dave Mason Jr. has in this 165 car. Really, really impressive stuff. I don't want to jinx him, but Dave Mason Jr., he is a front runner, and he's proven that. He's a winner. He's a champion, and he's here to win another one here this weekend, or this week, I should say. So really cool stuff, man. That was just an awesome vehicle. We're on board with Dave Mason. So let me throw this at you, which I think is pretty interesting. So Dave Mason Jr., as I said, they're here to win this thing, and they are. There are some teams that are here to have fun, without a doubt, and that's what NORRA 1500 is all about. We want everybody to have fun. But there are teams that are here for only one reason, and that's to win, because winning is what's really fun. Let's not sit here and BS each other, right? I mean, winning is the most fun you can have, without a doubt. And Dave Mason Jr., he knows that. And so what I just thought was funny is, they've got their starter officially, letting them off the start line here. And then they've got someone ready to go at the end of the street to let them out safely. And we've got the police and everything there to help. But the co-driver is also paying attention to all of this stuff as far as the times, when we can leave, when we can't. They know they're on the clock, and just like our official starters are, that is their job. So as soon as it was time for Dave Mason Jr. to go, the clock ticked. The starter right there, the gentleman in the flag there, he paused for, I'm talking a split second, and Dave Mason was already on the horn, and it's not even the time portion of the race yet, saying, get out of my way, it's time to go. We're paying attention. We are now a half a second behind schedule because of you, and I think that's awesome. Now we're here in the 56, Greg DiStefano, in a different vehicle than we've seen a lot over him for the last few years. This is an Evolution Unlimited buggy. It's a Jimco. Very cool vehicle. All right, so as I was just saying, sorry, I was talking to my my technical director, Sebastian, here helping me out. And so anyways, Greg DiStefano has been in a lot of different vehicles over his career in racing. But in NORRA, that's a different vehicle that I've seen him in. Very cool stuff. And now coming up to the line as well. The official start is done, coming to the end of the contingency and tech area. Pull up to the light here. And the way this works is they have their initial start. They got to come up. Brett Fox will park right here, the 282. There's a four-corner intersection right here. So that's what they're just waiting on. The policia is there. Everyone's there lined up. And this is where they'll send them off and around the corner to head out to Rancho Nelson and get underway. This 282 truck, Brett Fox, is an awesome-looking truck, Evolution 6100. Really nice truck. Not that old. It's 2023. You can see right there. 19 Industry spec truck. Really nice looking vehicle. Very, very cool. And so, folks, any of you that are just hopping on board with us right now, just joining in, don't worry, you're not late. You're almost right on time. We're just getting underway with the initial start here in Ensenada for the 2025 NORRA's Baja, formerly known, so that we don't get anything mixed up here, formerly known as the NORRA 1000 or the Mexican 1000, but is now going by Baja's NORRA. So it's a formerly known, similar to Prince, same difference, both classic. And then there is the cops. That is Zach Langley as well. So I would imagine I'd have to see here, and I'll get all this information for us as time rolls on here. But we did have some first day issues here and there that I'm not going to get into, not just with some technical issues with production, but some other stuff as well. So excuse me, but I was ultimately I'm missing a little bit of paperwork and some things that I was to be delivered this morning that didn't work out. So I'm kind of going a little bit flying by the seat of my pants, if you will. But what I was getting at is that we were talking about Zach Langley and also Zach Langley in the last truck there is a matter of that was a quick jump when both of them were together at the same time there. One of them somewhere in there didn't show up on time is what I'm imagining. I just don't know exactly which one. So that'll get worked out, and I'll get that information for you earlier in time here. And it looks like this is the Cowbell Racing entry. And in the Cowbell Racing vehicle, I do believe that is Mike Honcho himself driving that truck. I'm not joking. That's what it says right above the window. Is it Mike Honcho? No, I don't believe that it actually is, but that is what he's listed on there as, and I think that's absolutely hilarious. Cowbell Racing Team is an awful lot of fun. All right, so we're sitting here ready to go to start. A couple of trucks starting to pile up, so maybe there are some possible other. This is the third time now that we've seen two take off at a time. Now, granted, let's keep in mind that the official time doesn't start until they get out to the actual start, which is going to be out at Rancho Nelson, where the UTV qualifying happened yesterday. And very exciting stuff. We're actually adding some additional cameras and different things out there. We've our production team this year is outrageously talented with so much new technology that we're bringing in. And when we get out on course, I'm going to show you that, or they're going to show you that, and I'm going to tell you about it. It's really impressive what we've done this year. If you're able to tune in yesterday for the Speed UTV qualifying session out at Rancho Nelson, I think you saw a little taste of the difference from this year, from years past, and really impressive what we have done as far as coming together as a team and bringing in additional technology. It's really, really cool what we've been able to make happen. And we're looking here, looks like I'm just looking off into the background there and seeing what we've got for different vehicles. And keep in mind, we have a lot of entries again this year. It's another big year for NORRA. And we have competitors, once again, from all over the world. Right down to competitors from Beijing in our Safari class. And we'll get an opportunity, hopefully, to speak to Joanna from Beijing, actually an old friend of mine from years ago. She's been involved with motorsports with us that I've been involved with throughout China and now in the United States for quite a long time. And now Joanna is here in Mexico with us. And she's going to be in the Safari class. And I'll touch on what the Safari class is all about a little later on. But that's super fun class there with Safari. It's slow Baja and things. And so we'll touch on that a little later on. And we've got them from the UK, from Australia, from New Zealand, from South Africa, from all over the world here racing in this race as we do year after year. It's a very international field, to say the least. There is the Blue Light Racing vehicle. Sharp-looking truck. I think it looks very trick as we were getting ready to rock and roll on down the line. And as I was saying earlier, so it's kind of the way the draw order works for starting today. It's ultimately done by class. What's considered what should be the fastest of the vehicles, technically speaking, starting off in the front. And then moving on down through the classes, ultimately with, and this is not necessarily by driver necessarily, but by vehicle, ultimately with what should be the fastest up front, and the last vehicle off the line, should be ultimately what would be considered the slowest. And that's done for safety. That way you don't have, at least planned out, to not have, a 145-mile-an-hour trophy truck starting behind, say, a single-seater buggy or a Myers-Manx vehicle or something along those lines, just because of safety. You don't want to have that. Now, once we get rocking and we get going into the race and the classes start intertwining and things, that'll be a lot different. Then it is what it is. We do our best to keep it under control. But once that happens, it starts to make more sense because we're showing, the faster competitors in all the classes coming together, running a similar speed. Now, granted, in the long straightaways and things, the trophy trucks are going to pull away. In the really crazy tight stuff, the UTVs are probably going to be the star of the show. But ultimately, by the end of the day, they're running very similar times. So right now there is the 136 coming up as well. Now we're starting to get into some buggies. I believe we're going to start seeing some UTVs coming up pretty soon here. And we're going to have quite a few UTVs, a lot of qualifying UTVs yesterday when we were out there at Rancho Nelson. Look at this thing. That is a nice vehicle that Jay Bill's rigged there, that vintage open buggy. It's crazy. So that thing, it's all right in front of you there. I don't need to read it for you, but the 1989 Chenoweth. Just think that, 1989, that was a while ago. Not that long ago as far as, people my age are concerned. But that is a buggy that is still outrageously competitive. I mean, that thing, hands down, they could win. They could win the overall. Not even joking. And I think those of you would blow your mind. All righty, so see you right back there. Check it out. There it is, the Glidmobile. They have been on board with us for quite a long time. And we're getting ready to take off here and head out of Ensenada with all of our competitors. Little by little, we've got quite a few, several hundred of them again this year for 2025. Those of you just tuning in, we are at the initial start line number 1 here in Ensenada for NORRA's Baja. And heading on south, making her way out to the actual real, let's get down and dirty start line. And that's going to be out at Rancho Nelson. And they're heading to San Felipe today for day number 1, and a beautiful stop down there. Actually, in the past, there's been years where we've pulled right up on the Melicon in San Felipe, but not today. Today, it's very cool. We've done it a couple of times. We're pulling in a couple miles outside of town, right on the water, right on this beautiful golf course. And then, of course, heading into town, and everyone will be spread out throughout San Felipe once we get down there. And there we are, a little drone footage there. Very cool. But everyone will head down, and like I said, when we get into San Felipe, it's a cool little town, and San Felipe, is very, very well known for off-road racing, as you know. Ensenada, technically, Ensenada is the home of off-road because this is where so many races start and finish. But San Felipe, the difference is there's not a lot of racing not a lot of actual racing, in Ensenada. You got to go outside of town. It sounds like a good-sized city, so it takes you a while. It takes you at least, 20 minutes or so to get outside of town to where the racing can happen. But for as far as San Felipe goes, I mean, racing's happening pretty much in San Felipe. And, so you've got the Baja, the 500, the 1,000 go through there. The NORRA's Baja goes through there. NORRA's 500 goes through there. You have the San Felipe 250. There's so many different races that involve or intertwine with San Felipe. And they are big race fans down there. It's rock and roll, man. It's so cool. And so they're going to head down there today. They'll be spending the night down there in San Felipe and then moving on from there. Per usual, as we've done in the past, we will move on to the next town. Next town being Bay of LA. So Bay of LA is a small fishing village. And there is, I'm making this number up, but I'm not far off of true. There can't be more than 100 people that live there. And when we come in, when NORRA comes in, we turn that town upside down. But they love it. That's a lot of the hotels. There's not enough hotel rooms to cover everyone. People are camping. People are sleeping on the beach. People are doing whatever they got to do. It's a fun stop, but it's a rough stop. But the thing is, when we come to Bay of LA, I mean, that little village, makes, the majority of their yearly income in a 24-hour period when NORRA comes through, and they love it. So we come in there, we turn that place upside down, and the villagers love it. They make a ton of money off of us. We enjoy being there. They cheer us on. They are up 24 hours. We're down there from the moment we come into town. They're up and at them. They're ready. They stay up all night long. They're watching the vehicles. They're really, really cool stuff. Great people, and then we head on out of there. No. Then after that, we move on down from there into Bay of LA to San Ignacio de Loreto. Loreto La Paz. La Paz brings us down to the final finish. And these are all that I'm going to talk about all day long today. I'm just kind of touching off topics this morning. And we're going to get into great detail and everything later on in the day when we have the opportunity to do so. And there is the number 57, Guy Yoakum. Guy Yoakum's, and I don't think for at least as long as I've been doing NORRA, so has Guy. That's a name that I've been used to seeing since the very first day I set foot in NORRA territory 8 or 9 years ago. Guy Yoakum's been a part of it the entire time. It puts in some very impressive runs as well. All right, so now kind of jumping back and forth, which is very cool. We've got our drones shown out in the start area. And check out that ranch shot there. Very cool stuff. The drone footage we're going to be bringing you for our team is really, really impressive here this weekend. And if you check out that ranch, it's awesome out there. So much racing goes through that area. Very cool spot. That's where UTV qualifying happened. And there's so much going on out there as far as off-road racing goes. It's really awesome stuff. And we're going to bring you a lot of this really cool footage here all weekend long, or all week long, I should say. And the combination of Ugo and our team with all of the cameras and all of the drones, and then you mix in the outrageous amount of incredible technology and ability that we now have with adding Starlink in this year for 2025, and that team coming down out of Washington with us. We have so many cameras and so many drones, but we can't always bring you enough footage because there's just not enough internet coverage to do that. Well, we fixed that with Starlink this year. And so far with our testing and everything, the last couple of days, things have gone well. So once we get out on course, and as I said earlier, I mentioned some production things, issues. It's not issues. It's just a matter of I just want to get out of town and get out on course because I'm very anxious after doing this for so long to show everyone what we can truly do and what we are capable of. And we can't do that till we get out to where all the cameras are. And we can show you more coverage of the actual race itself out on course than you've ever seen. And that's our goal. We want to show you everything we possibly can And a lot of that is going to be stuff like this right here. I mean, we're going to be out throughout the week. And sure, we're out in the middle of the desert. We all understand that. There's in the vehicle like Mark Post. How rad is that, right? Now, granted, he's not racing yet. He's just coming out to the start line. He's going to be taking off very soon. But how rad's this? We're going to be showing you stuff just like this all week long. It's not going to be a matter of, oh, there's Mark Post 600 yards away in a pile of dust, and we're up on a mountaintop showing it to you. We're going to be like, no, we're on board, sitting in between Mark and his Navigator. And we're going 140 miles an hour. That's what we're going to show you this year. And we're going to do that all up and down the peninsula the entire way. See his Navigator there going through their road book, already going through some notes. I know most of you know this at home, but if just in case for some of you that don't, obviously the driver and the Navigator have no problem speaking. They're talking right now, you can tell. Going back and forth. So the Navigator's just telling them, you know, what's going on. That with NORRA, there is no pre-running. That's the cool thing about it, is that with NORRA, there is no pre-running, so there is no, well, let me back up. There's no pre-running, so it allows us to race in areas and sections that no other races get to go through, because we're not tearing everything up so much. So there we are, already showing some good race action and some good drone action. Scott Bailey in the 72. He's off and running. His 2025 NORRA Baja is in full effect. And see, that's what we're going to show you right off the bat. And I'm not picking on Scott Bailey at all, but there was a mistake there navigational-wise. That was perfect. And we're able to give you that with the drone footage. So very cool stuff. And I was just talking about, there is no pre-running. Now, are there going to be, especially up here when we're this far up north in certain areas, is there going to be a lot of sections that some of these drivers that have been doing this a long time, they already know it? Like they may not know that they're going to use that section exactly, but once they're on it, they're like, oh, this next strip of whatever, a mile, or this next strip of 15 miles, I know this well. We've done this. We've raced on this 1,000 times. Yeah, of course. And that is an advantage for those competitors that have been around for a long time. But because there is no pre-running and we don't tear up all the vegetation, we don't tear up farmers' ranches and things like that, except for when they come through the one time on race day, there are a lot of sections that Eliseo Garcia with NORRA and his team are able to talk to the farmers, talk to the ranchers, talk to the landowners, and say, listen, we're coming through one time, man, let us race. And they're like, yeah, cool, that sounds great. We'll get a cooler out of cervezas and a couple lawn chairs, and we'll sit there and watch it for the day. And that's it, because they don't have hundreds of vehicles pre-running and getting, basically it equates to thousands and thousands of cars and bikes coming through an area and just really tearing things up. So NORRA is allowed to go and offers drivers to race in areas where someone like Mark Post, who has been here and racing for a long time, since I was quite young, to race on sections and areas that he's never seen in his life. And that's awesome. And so no pre-running means that they are just here listening to the Navigator. The Navigator's got his road book in his lap, and you saw Mark Post Navigator hold it up. And there's a perfect example of it right there. Kind of a replay of what had happened. I already blew that one turn. Oh, it isn't. Everybody's been doing it. That's a new truck. Oh boy, monkey see, monkey do. I had that wrong, and I was just told that is a new truck. It looked like it was deja vu all over again. So, you know, we don't need to bring the camera to me, but I'm sitting here, I got a pretty big smile on my face, just because And I want everyone to do a great job here. And Guy Yoakum, he will do a great job. But to just be able to show you that footage of not just one but two trucks kind of doing the same mistake here. And let's also, hey, let's pump the brakes for a minute here in the studio too. And when I say let's, I mean me. Well, I'm going to pump the brakes for a minute. Everyone's just coming off the start line, right? So we're a little excited. This is day one. These trucks, these vehicles, they haven't done any qualifying or anything of that nature. So this is their first time going. Not like at least the UTVs, they got a lap of qualifying in yesterday. But for all of the rest of these vehicles, this is the first time. So are they going to be a little anxious? Ready to jump the gun a little bit? Yeah, of course they are. They need to settle in. And so I would think, mistakes like that, like we just saw with the last two vehicles, they're going to happen. Not a big deal. Not a big loss of time right there. But I think a lot of it has to do, in my opinion, of they're just getting started. The only time they've been in the vehicle for this race is to drive, well, you just saw, to go from the ceremonial start in Ensenada out to Rancho Nelson. And that's not even in the race. They're just out there just cruising. Even on the highway, they can't go over 60. And then all of a sudden it's game time, and that's when, you can make mistakes pretty quickly. But, man, tell you what's not a mistake is entering this Riviera truck back again year after year. All my years since I was quite young, in, I would say my late teens, the early 20s to now, this has been a truck that I have just absolutely loved. Loved it. Since I was just a kid, man. And the truck pretty much still looks the same. But that Riviera race team and Mark Post, that's a truck that is just awesome. I look at that thing and I'm just like, man, that is trophy truck racing right there. That's what it's all about. Mark Post off the line. I'm just purposely just being quiet, just listening to it, letting me know. The truck sounds so cool, and just think that drone's not close to it. That drone's high in the sky right now, and that thing just sounds so cool. Just creeping. And listen to it too. Mark yesterday saying, some of these sections where they go through, and they're not right now, but they get into some village areas and stuff where, they have a speed zone for safety and they have to slow down to like 35 miles an hour. He's like, man, this truck won't even idle at 35 miles an hour. He's like, this thing is built to eat. And that's exactly what it is. That truck originally built by Robbie Gordon years ago. Almost everybody's doing it. At this point in time, we might as well just add that wide sweeping 90-degree turn to the course. It's no longer just a direct 90. It's a big sweeper. Everybody's doing it. Man, that thing sounds awesome. So, also another thing too is if you've been out to, or you're starting to, it's almost like you've been to Rancho Nelson before. Now that you're starting to see some of this footage. So out there's the off-road. There's a bunch of closed course off-road racing there, short course, I should say. And on that short course, there are a bunch of short course different options, just like a big, just like Indy 500, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They have their road course in several configurations. They have their oval. There's a bunch of courses. Same thing at Rancho Nelson, bunch of courses. So it's difficult right off the bat to just start driving, just start navigating, and then you have so many options of where you should be out here, because look at all the crisscrosses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ways to go right there. When they get out on course, there's going to be areas like that as well, but not like a 6-way stop area as the 282 of Brett Fox. Looking in, he's going to dip in through the trees, head on straight there, see what happens, see if Brett Fox pulls it off here. And so, once they get out on course, yes, there's a bunch of different options of here and there, but right here at Oh, it is not Fox. I stand corrected, but that's all right. And is he going to, oh, yep, come on there. You know, everybody's doing it. That's going to be the new course right there. That's just the way it is. It's official. Nobody has lost any time so far in the 2025 Norris Baja due to that turn, because everyone in the trophy truck classes has done the exact same thing. And I'm getting a real kick out of it. I think it's pretty funny. And good news, too, something just off the cuff here. As our trophy trucks are now heading out on course, they have taken the actual initial green flag. They are up to speed. They are racing. They are doing their thing here in Baja. At the ceremonial start line, we've also got UTVs and things. So we're that far into the order already. And I know that heading out to Rancho Nelson right now, we've already got Max Gordon heading out. We've got Robbie Gordon heading out. The 980 right there is coming off the line as well. After qualifying yesterday, we have a specific starting order for the UTVs. And they will be coming out. So after qualifying yesterday, the 980 right there just left. That's PJ Jones. But for these guys,
down the street,
let's listen to PJ.
You know, in the middle of where you think nobody would ever be. There'll be people out there, so they kind of hide the course from the people. They don't want too much spectator involvement in this race.
So that's cool. That's PJ Jones, and he's just sitting there talking to his navigator. And what's the cool thing about PJ Jones, and listen, I'm doing this on purpose. I might get by the back of my hand slapped for it, but PJ's a buddy of mine. We go way back. And so PJ's Performance, there's a plug. PJ's Performance there. What PJ does is really cool. If you want to go racing, you want to come down to NORRA, you want to race the 1000 or any off-road race there that is. Now, it's not just NORRA. You don't have a UTV, and you don't seem feel a need, or you don't want to dump the money into doing that. That's not a problem. You can call PJ up. And PJ, what he does is supplies race cars, a team, and logistics to people that want to be a driver and or navigator or both. So a lot of the competitors that are, not a lot, but some of the competitors that are out here that are driving PJ Performance vehicles, some of them are, they've been racing for years, but they don't own a UTV. They just do it through PJ. Some of them have never done it ever before, and they're going to navigate or they're going to drive or what have you, and they do it through PJ. And so it sounded to me like PJ had a navigator with him that maybe has never done a NORRA. And so, and the navigator may not be the same one every day or even through the whole day. Maybe at a pit stop when they get fuel or whatever, they change the navigator or what have you. But it sounded like PJ had somebody new with him. And he was explaining to him, hey, this is what's going to happen here. This is what's going on. And just the calmness in his voice was pretty impressive because he is, about to go racing. And he's won these races before. So he's not going to go out there and just take his time. He's here to win. And he's got a navigator with him that maybe is not as seasoned. And he's just calm as can be. Well, it's as calm as can be right now. Just cruising along. Mark Post. Nice and comfortable. In that Javier's Riviera Racing truck. Javier's, if you don't know, is a small chain of big, amazing restaurants, mainly around the West Coast. There's one down in Cabo, one in Orange County, and I know that this upcoming Saturday, I believe it is going to be the grand opening of Javier's in right downtown LA as well. So when you talk about restaurants like that where, you know, you're talking Orange County, Cabo San Lucas, and downtown LA, these are not low budget places. This is top of the line dining experience. And Mark Post owning Javier's. And very exciting stuff, and I've had the opportunity to eat down there at the one in Cabo more than once, and what an experience that is. And the only reason I know that they're opening it up, not that I'm a big foodie. If you saw me, you'd look at me and go, man, that dude looks like a foodie. But the thing is that he came up to me yesterday, and he's like, Sean, I'm really excited to, get on down the peninsula here, blah, blah, blah. And hey, when we get down to Cabo, let's have a drink. And I'm like, yeah, I'd like to. I'm like, I'll see you at the awards. He's like, well, I may or may not be able to be down there because the grand opening is supposed to be happening. And there's a good chance that as soon as I get out of the race truck, I'm going to hop in the plane and fly to LA for the grand opening. So we'll see what happens there. But I hopefully, he said if he's racing for the win, he's not going to mess around and he'll stick around and take his trophy. So I hope that's what's happening. I would love to be able to hand him a trophy on stage. He's such a good guy to hang out with. Kyle Vestermark into 179. Father and son program here. They've been racing NORRA for a while now. Vestermarks, they don't mess around. They're here to do real well. They're a team that can win this thing. Could possibly win it overall as well. Very talented team right there. And both father and son sharing driving duties there. But the Vestermark family, they just do an amazing job. Two real good guys there. As we're now up in the drone, in our Speed UTV drone. As our drone and Starlink together, along with Speed UTV, bringing you the coverage out here. And you can just hear that drone kind of off in the background a little bit there, but and perhaps the drone flew out of signal area. And with any luck, that'll be the first time that we've done that. And with any luck, it'll be the last time that we do that. And some of this is still a bit of a learning curve with some of our new technology. And we are back on track again. There we go. Okay, we're ready to rock and roll. We're back. Not exactly sure which truck that is that we're following. The drone footage is great footage. In my opinion, it's best when we know exactly who it is that we're following there. Now we're on board. I love these onboard cameras, and we have been lucky enough to where we're going to have, and we're going to bring you as much coverage as we can as the week goes on, and I think it's going to get better and better and better. But Starlink has given us the opportunity to have so many in-car cameras. And I'm talking like a lot. And so the teams, they have their cameras, they have their information, they get it to Starlink. Starlink puts it out to all of you, or to me. And keep in mind, you guys are seeing this at the same time that I do. There's no delay or anything, so we're watching this together for the first time at the same time. And so I hear the trophy truck in the background, but I'm looking at Benjamin Button, the 222. 3 of these cars make sense, right? The Triple Deuce Racing team. So 3 of these cars out here. Benjamin Button has been doing NORRA for some time now and does a great job with it. There's a nice shot of Benjamin inside the vehicle. right, so that is one of 3 of the Triple Deuce. Back with Mark Post again. This is what it's all about. How cool is this? Cool thing is, yesterday, Mark's like, hey, man, so I got the camera stuff and everything that you guys said that, you know, if we got it, we'd be able to use it. You have my information, be able to get it? Well, yes, Mark, we got it, buddy. And I feel like I'm sitting right between the two of you right now. How cool is this? On board with the Riviera team. Riviera racing team right now. We are sitting in the middle, in between them. Those of you watching at home, I hope you're wearing a helmet and fire suit just like I am right now. Trying to get the full effect of it. Very cool stuff. Just listen to the truck. Everything working in that truck so well. It's a truck that was built quite a few, well, decades ago for that matter. It is still outrageously competitive. See a little foggy out there this morning. A little bit of that marine layer probably get burnt off a little later on. Now we're back to the starting line here. Just look at the view off in the distance at the mountains and everything. Really cool stuff right there. The views and it's just so scenic down here. And a lot of the competitors, like Gabriel Lopez, will tell you as the race goes on, and I'm not lying, you know, we've got really fast competitors like Post and Gordon and Jones and the Cops team and things, and they'll tell you that even in the middle of the race, especially when we get farther down south where they don't race as much, but you do in NORRA, and you do once in a while in some of the other series, but some of the areas where they don't get to go as often. And they'll tell you, like when I'm doing interviews usually at the finish lines, which I won't be this year. We're doing things a little bit different. I'll be in the studio all week. But when I'm talking to these guys in person, they'll tell you, I'm like, hey man, how was the race? And they're like, oh shoot, it's beautiful out there. And I'm not joking, you know, it is beautiful down here in Baja, from everything from the mountainous terrains to the beaches to the cactus forests to the pine forests to you know just all the different places. It's unbelievable. And who was trying to get a good view of everything early on? Gabriel Lopez was, as he blew the corner as well, just like all the other trophy trucks. I think almost every one of them has done that in that section there, so they're keeping it even Steven as each one of the trophy trucks blowing that turn. But yeah, just absolutely beautiful stuff down here. As our unlimited trucks. Did you see him right now? When I say unlimited, I'm talking unlimited, whatever you got to do, whatever you want to spend, whatever it is that you want to do to go fast. It's unlimited. Do whatever it is that you want to do. All right, now look at the small screen there. We got more of the UTVs ready to go, and that's another one of those beautiful speed UTVs as we watching Lopez in his unlimited truck getting after it. Right next door to him on the screen, one of those speed UTVs making it happen as well as we are going from Ensenada to San Felipe today. And if you're just hopping on live with us right now, my name's Sean Sermony, and this is the 2025 NORRA Baja. Over 1,300-mile race this week, and we are starting off in Ensenada, Mexico. If you're not familiar with Baja, Mexico, we are roughly, depending on border crossing action, roughly about an hour and change, hour and a half or so, south of Tijuana, 2 hours or so south of San Diego. And this is, it's not necessarily a border town, because once you cross into Tijuana, we are now another hour or so, hour and a half south of that, and we are now heading down to San Felipe. San Felipe is several hours off the map away from the U.S. border, and we're going to keep getting farther and farther away from home as we continue to head on down. And we are on board together with Max and Robbie Gordon. Wow, that is, I didn't know you could fit that much talent in one UTV, to be honest with you. Let's not, I'm not going to BS it here. That's awesome. Father and son right there. Then back on board with some of our big, fast leading vehicles out in front now. Saw some race fans there. And you also heard P.J. Jones earlier talking to his navigator saying, yeah, you know, when they designed this race, they don't advertise to the local public in the areas of where the race is going because they don't necessarily want spectators around. You know, with some of the big races and things, you know, there's spectators, locals, up and down the course, and that's awesome. And the support and the love that the local spectators gives is crazy. You know, you wouldn't be able to do it without all of the Mexicans and the local people down here. It's unbelievable what they do and the support they give us. But it does make it dangerous at times. Or it can. I don't say it does. It can. And so being smart about it, you know, Elzeo Garcia, race director, and his team that designed the track here, you know, they don't advertise it. So there are areas where all of a sudden you can come around a corner and there is just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of spectators. And then there's areas where maybe there would be, but they didn't know we're coming through. And then we try to keep it to a minimum as far as that goes. You heard P.J. Jones talking to his navigator about that a little bit, but that was a cool shot just a moment ago, not far off the initial start line at Rancho Nelson with quite a few of the spectators coming around one of the corners there. As we're back on the start line, drone footage about to get in your face again. Very awesome stuff coming from our NORRA TV team and our Starlink team. Really great stuff so far. And as mentioned earlier, they are starting all 1 minute apart. There will be, on occasion, have a couple race vehicles starting 30 seconds apart if someone is late to the line for their start time. But that's not a deal for Bob Briggs. He is right on time and ready to rock and roll. It's 8:29. Bob Briggs, hot on the loud pedal, right out of the gate. All right, we'll see how Bob does as far as where we've seen almost everyone else make a mistake. We'll see if Bob get through it nice and clear without any problems. And that's a cool shot here. We do have our team out there with a lot of drones, giving us a lot of action. Very good stuff. It really, I'm sitting here looking at, I know the section that they're in. I've ran this section before myself, and it doesn't give them any justice how fast they're going right now. They are really, really moving out. And once most of these teams, they seem like all having a little bit of trouble. Same with Butch Jensen there as well, who is often can be a front runner. I think I could be wrong, and Butch, don't get upset, but I believe Butch is starting to get towards the end of his racing. He's been out here doing this for a long time and has had a wonderful career in racing. But I heard through the rumor mill, not from Butch himself, that we're getting down to maybe some of the last races he's going to do, which is upsetting. It's not upsetting, but it's sad. You know, he's still going to be around, but to you know, after so many years of Butch racing and everything, it's I guess at one point or another you got to hand the torch over to someone else, and so that's very cool stuff. All right, now we are getting some close-up drone footage right there. Still out at Rancho Nelson. And of course, with our 4 UTVs coming to the line, we're not too far off from when we're going to start seeing those guys going off the start line as well. There's the 2973. Getting ready to go as well off the ceremonial start. Steve Tucker getting ready to head out into the desert and get his Norris Baja for 2012 underway. Oh boy. That one was, we haven't seen it happen like that yet. Out of the trees. That was awesome. I'd like to get down and see exactly who that was. That was a move right there. Blew the turn a little bit, caught right through the woods, right through the trees, popped back out. I just thought that was pretty cool, pretty quick thinking, and humorous all at once. And is he going to stay on course? Ultimately, better than most so far. Better than most is what I'll say. You see some of the other tracks, some of the lines way out there. So he handled that better than most people have done it so far. All right. Really cool stuff. That might have been Dave Mason, possibly. I have a feeling that it may have been. And that would make up for, yeah, I think it was. And that's why we had such quick thinking with him cutting back through the woods there. With the experience that Dave Mason Jr. has out here, there's quick thinking is all there is. This is one of those vehicles, and I know I've talked about it before, and it's probably going to pop up again in topic, but when you think about vehicles and competitors and teams, that when we get all the way down to the last stage or two, when we start talking about who's capable of winning and who isn't, who's still running up front, keep your eye on that team right there of Dave Mason Jr. They are an impressive group out here making it happen. And they are here, another one of those teams, as I mentioned, that a lot of teams are here to have fun, and the only fun that they have is winning. There is the content-aware team. Benjamin Crawford, ready to go. These guys are an awful lot of fun as well. See him sitting there starting on the line. Ready to go here out of Ensenada and make his way out into the desert. And there's the content-aware team. Now we're making a little more sense here. The number 40. Big wave for these guys as they're ready to do their thing in their 2021 Can-Am Maverick.
Good.
X3. Oh, and that is not the first time that we have seen the content-aware team out here racing at our NORRA events. And I believe, look at him moving, shaking. when you look down at a vehicle and you can just tell that they're digging and they're pushing from a drone that high in the air, that means they are really getting after it. I could be wrong. I think that car is a Jackal car, just from a distance, a little ways away. Yes, it is. It is a Jackal. They got a very certain look to them, and they just look fast. They look nasty. So now we've switched over to one of our, I can't tell if I think it's an Evolution, maybe an unlimited truck. I believe so. Yeah, this truck is only a couple of years old. We saw this earlier on in the initial start. And everyone, all the leaders here, there's Brett Fox early on in the race, making their way out through Nelson Ranch, or Rancho Nelson, sorry. When I say Nelson Ranch, that's the Massachusetts to be coming out. But right now we got to, we're in Mexico, so we're going to do it properly. Rancho Nelson. On board with Brett Fox. And at 6,100. Look at that, some pretty respectable hang time right there. That was cool. So we're on board with Brett Fox, but we are hearing, I believe, some of the competitors in the 555 talk. But now all we're hearing talk is that Evolution 6100 19 Industry spec truck talking, barking, letting her eat. I'm going to be quiet, and we're going to listen in. I tell you, it's just my opinion. I could watch the whole race just listening to these trucks like this. Oh. Wow. So now let's talk the difference in between the sound you just heard, that 6100, versus the sound of Mark's Post Unlimited truck. So, I gotta say this right off the bat, because I'm super pumped. And I think you guys are too. If you've been watching NORRA TV long enough, you're gonna be pumped on this too. And yes, I know we're not all the way down in the middle of nowhere yet. I understand that we're just, a handful of miles outside of Ensenada here. But look at this coverage. How awesome is this? On board right here with Mark Post and team. On board with several other trucks as well. And we're going to be doing this throughout the day. We're going to have it with Max and Robbie Gordon. All this stuff. And honestly, for me, and I'm being real for you here, right? I've got, ultimately this week, I've got 60 hours of coverage that I'm going to cover for you live. And the majority of that, 85% of that is going to be coming from me. That's a lot. And then all of a sudden I'm sitting here realizing, I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's not 60 hours because this is just amazing stuff. Mark Post and Grant Ingram side by side. Let me just shut it down for a minute and just let this happen. That's really, really awesome stuff, man. Those trucks just side by side, getting after it like that with the cameras. Really great stuff. All right, folks, so we should not be too far away from getting into the actual start of some of our UTVs here in just a little bit. I know a lot of them have already taken off from the ceremonial start, if you will, and making their way out to Nelson Ranch or Rancho Nelson. And we'll be seeing our front runners taking off here in a little bit. But I am just so excited. And we got a race going on right now. Check that out. Right on top of one another. Already in the dust. We're only a couple of miles in. And there is Robbie Gordon. Now, I was told that was Robbie and Max together. Now, we also know that there's two entries. There's Robbie in his car, Max in another. We know that, Robbie's going to be driving an unlimited truck with the Riviera team a little bit. So I'm not exactly sure who's in there with that road book. But what I do want to tell you about that road book is it's not necessarily a simple task. Yes, there's one thing to be a driver, and there's nothing to be a navigator. But then the navigator, let's split up. There's a navigator who is in a race that you've pre-run, and you've done your section, your 200, 300, 400, or 1,000-mile section 4, 5, 10 times. You know it like the back of your hand. Versus using a road book, and you've not seen any of this before, and you, as a navigator and a co-driver, and the driver itself, are seeing everything come up in front of you together for the first time. And you're navigating through that and doing it at speed. That road book, each page will have 1 to, say, 3 or 4 different cues of what's coming up. There'll be signs for danger, whether there's a massive rock or something or a hole on the side. There's, obviously your turns, your rights, your lefts. Like if there's an intersection through there, is it a 90 degree? Is it a 45? You'll have sections of straightaways. You have your speed zones. There's so much in that road book. No, you're not looking at the windshield. You're looking at your road book. You're looking at your video screen in front of you. And that's what you're concentrating on. The driver's the one looking out the windshield. You're not doing that. If you're looking out there, then you're just screwing things up. You don't have time for that. So there's a lot going on with that road book, and a lot of time and effort put into making that road book. Whether it be for our 2-wheel competitors or our 4-wheel competitors, that is a lot of time, and literally for our race director and everyone else throughout the whole deal that assists in that portion of it. We'll say, I'm just going to throw out numbers like this. We'll to make it easy. We'll say 1,300-mile race, and you are writing things down or making road book where there's a note on average, every couple hundred yards. That is outrageous. I mean, that is so much to do, so much work and effort to put in. So an awful lot of that going on with the road book. So now we're back to our ceremonial start in Ensenada. That is the 1015 car. Pulling off the line right now and heading on out to the actual race course itself. And now 1015 1-5 vehicle of Steve Yo. There is Trevor Glidden in the 811. Glidden's been around doing this for a while with us in the Evolution Heavy Metal. That's an 88 Chevy 1500. That's what they're calling it. A lot more to it than just that. That is a nasty, nasty truck Trevor Glidden is driving. Let's hop on board and listen, because we got a lot of this all week long, and I'm pumped. Trevor Glidden making it look easy there. Nothing to it. Tell you, these Evolution Heavy Metal trucks, really cool race trucks. And every year for our NORRA's Baja race, we get a good handful of them, and yeah, they are really trick trucks. They are awesome. Really, really cool vehicles. Now we are looking down at that right there. Okay, that's a great shot as well. I'm excited, and I know I've already said this, but I'm really excited for what we're going to bring you as we head down the peninsula. But what we're going to bring you right now is the information of what's going on. If you're just joining us live, folks, you are not far off. You're a little late. You're about like that competitor right there. You blew the start a little bit, but not too much. You're doing all right. You're doing better than most. So we've got ourselves, this is the very beginning of day number 1 here for the 2025 NORRA's Baja. As we are starting off in Ensenada at the ceremonial start, where you see right there the stainless steel pools entry. And this competitor, just like all the rest of them, are heading out to Rancho Nelson, not far out, short drive outside the city of Ensenada. And that's where the actual start of the race goes. And this is day number 1 here as they take off from Rancho Nelson outside of Ensenada, Mexico, and head on down to the first finish line of this 6-day race, which is in San Felipe. San Felipe right on the water. So we're crossing over from being on the Pacific coast across the peninsula today and heading south all at once, heading down to Valley de Trinidad through Valley and all of that area, continuing southeast and ending up over in San Felipe. But we're just getting underway right now, and my name's Sean Cermeny, folks. I'm going to be bringing you all the coverage all weekend long, or all week long, I should say, as we're back on board with the 811 of Trevor Glidden. Trevor Glidden letting her open up a little bit right there. There we go. We got the color dialed in now. Now we're looking real good. Trevor Glidden. Now, there's some of these areas here that some of it's kind of tight for the trophy truck, some of it's not. This is not. Listen to the RPMs pick up. Let them scream a little bit. Now we're on board with bouncing back and forth between posts and Glidden. I love it. Seeing them go through very similar sections, one in front of the other. Mark Post looking good. Very good stuff right there. And I think no, I thought that was Mason's. They've already gone through this section. Look at that, all tore up over there. Everyone going super wide right there in that turn. I've only seen, I think, maybe, 2 vehicles or so really get in there and hold it together correctly. But then the thing is, as I mentioned before, I feel as though it's almost like I want to blow that turn. A, because everybody's doing it. B, it's right at the beginning of the race. And then get that out of your system. Then you calm down and go, okay, let me get my head really in the game here and be able to continue on and dig on. So looking good. Right now, I believe off the line should be our first UTV. I do believe. I'm taking a look here. Yes, it is. Yesterday's fast qualifier. Off the line first. Going a little bit wide. Everybody's doing it. Why not? So looking good. Yesterday, qualifying, as always, was pretty wild. And Max Gordon not able to hold on to his, for lack of better terms, his qualifying reign of terror, just terrorizing everyone out there by smoking the fastest times by 6-7 seconds. Really putting it to him this year in qualifying. Now, granted, I say it, terrifying, but it's been, 2 500s, 2 1000s. So there's been 4 qualifying sessions out there, and every one of them, Max has just put it to everybody. Well, that changed yesterday. That changed greatly, and he ended up being P2 and being very competitive with his father as well. So everyone kind of came back together, and it was cool to see. But now we're looking ready to go with Max and Robbie. Max in the 77. Robbie Gordon in the 7. Side by side, sitting there, getting ready to go. Max starting in front of his father, 1 minute apart. So this is this is a perfect example of how many UTVs we have in this race. So UTVs are now on course, officially racing. There's Matt Cullen. 2 shots. Matt Cullen, you're going above and beyond. Well done, sir. Matt Cullen showing us out in front of the vehicle and then a side view as well. That is excellent stuff. But this is how many UTVs we have, is that we've got UTV competitors like Matt Cullen out on course. And then, 30-minute drive behind us is still UTVs at the ceremonial start, spread 1 minute apart. So that's quite a few UTV competitors. It's an awful lot, and it's a big field. Now, yeah, are there different classes? Of course there are. And, of course, this year for the first time, I say of course, but this year for the first time we have Class 10. And we know Class 10, the buggies, right? So we have Class 10 and some of the UTVs mixed together as one. There's a nice shot of Brock Harper's 734 side shot. Yamahas are a nice-looking vehicle. And so Brock Harper getting ready to pull out of the ceremonial start and head out into the desert, where some of his competitors are already in the office, if you will. They are already gone to work and are out digging, coming off of Rancho Nelson and making their way down to San Felipe. All right, now we've got to be getting down towards the end of the UTVs, and you see them all the way towards the back. That shot you're looking at is The ceremony will start in Ensenada. They've been starting vehicles now for an hour and 28 minutes. Bringing them off the line. Still a handful of them yet to go. The 7069. All right, so you see the 7069 ready to go. A lot of different classes out here. Everywhere from our unlimited trucks all the way to this right here. Perfect timing as I just brought that up. John Brindle in the number S20. You say S20, what's that all about? That's Safari Expedition. And they're right now, they're in a Grenadier. Really cool stuff. And so let me talk to you about this. And you guys listen up at home. This is important. You want to come down, you want to be part of NORRA, the Baja's NORRA, but you don't have a $1 million unlimited truck, or you don't own a UTV and ready to go, but you do have a four-wheel drive vehicle that you own currently right now, then come on down. We have a class for you. In Safari, we have the classes, and they're broken up into groups, a slower group, a medium group, and a fast group. And all you need, like these guys right here, come down, have a good time. You don't have to just beat your vehicle. You don't have to destroy it. You just need four-wheel drive to be smart about it. These gentlemen, all they need is a lap belt, a pair of sunglasses, and a cooler. And they're ready to rock and roll. And they're part of the NORRA. And I'm not joking. That's real competitors right there that are there having a good time. And that class is growing and growing and growing. And yes, you are on the majority of time, you're on the actual race course. You start much earlier in the morning than everybody else does. So they've been out there for a while yet. Before the sun comes up, they start. But then there are sections where the course is just too gnarly. And you're not on it. And then different sections to steer you once we get going and steer you away so you don't have crazy unlimited trucks and things like that pulling up behind you. So I'm dead serious when I say if you have a four-wheel drive vehicle and you want to just see what Baja's all about, we have a class for you, and you can come on down and make that happen. But who's going to come down? Who's down here right now? Not here to see the beauty of Baja, just here to see the beauty of what that big gold trophy looks like at the end of Peninsula. Is Max Gordon, and the number 77 is here, and you can tell right now he can taste that sweet, sweet victory so badly, just chomping at the bit to get this win here for Max Gordon in NORRA's Baja. And as the green flag flies for the first time for Mad Max Gordon and the number 77 for the 2025 NORRA's Baja, this is his opportunity right now. It just got real. He's digging. He has the ability. He has the talent. He's got the proper equipment. He's got the right team behind him. He just needs a little bit of luck. That young man could be a champion. Problem is, he's not the only one out there that's got that ability, that's got the speed, and that has the proper team behind him. There's a lot of amazing teams and race cars here. So Mad Max is going to need some luck. But I tell you, if anyone here, and let me put it this way instead of getting through all the classes, I'm going to say UTVs. Anybody here in the UTV class, I dare you to push your equipment as hard as Mad Max Gordon does. I mean, this dude, I don't know if you ever heard the old saying, if you plant beans, you get beans. Well, you know his old man, right, Robbie? And pushing equipment, well, yeah. So, the apple didn't fall far from the cart on that one. And both these guys are just heavy on the gas. The cool thing is that these speed UTVs, something that's been in development for a long time. With Robbie Gordon, Max as well, and of course Todd Romano, and not just with their speed UTVs, but from years of experience, with Robbie Gordon helping out with other manufacturers and being a very integral part of getting other manufacturers up and going and on foot, on their feet with the UTVs. and then finally saying, you know what? I've been helping so many people do so well. Let's do it ourselves. And, boy, really impressive stuff. But then you take that and the talent of Mad Max Gordon together, and we are ready to rock and roll. We're hop on board here with Max right now. Hopefully we'll be seeing a lot of this, but he looks like they are on the gas right now. And this is the Evolution Production Turbo UTV class of Mad Max. In a moment here, we'll hop on board and see if we can just get the sound of it here in a little bit. But, of course, we've got Robbie Gordon ready to go. So, this is what I was just thinking, and maybe get you guys going at home as well. Right now, sitting there watching this, think about it. So you're Mad Max Gordon. You're the kid, right? You're the boy out there. And you're hammering. And you know that your dad, Robbie Gordon's behind you a minute, starting behind you. A minute behind. Right there. Right on your tail. Ready to go. And you know he's won every championship there is, every race there is, won stages in Dakar, won NASCAR races, won IndyCar races, every off-road championship there is, has won them all. And now you're the rabbit. And are you going to let that championship winning, race winning dad of yours catch you? Or are you going to check out? Doesn't matter what you think, because then behind you, you got dad. And dad's thinking, my kid has gotten so good. He's so talented. There's been times where Robbie has made comments to me being like, man, I don't know. He will never say he's better. I think he's better than me because he doesn't have it in him. But you know he's thinking, oh, shoot, man, my kids might be better than me. And so now is Robbie going to be, hey, well, you know, I'm going to just let the kid go do his thing? Or do you be like, all right, dad, talking to the kid, you're too old to let you win. I'm going to do everything I can to chase you down and just put you in the weeds, get right on by you. And how cool is that? So now we are on board, a minute apart, Robbie Gordon and Max Gordon. And we're going to take a minute and listen to these speed UTVs. Pretty impressive to think of the big picture and know how much hard work has gone into building these UTVs and making speed UTV from absolutely nothing, didn't exist, to a handful of years later being what it is now. Not just the UTVs themselves, but every part, piece, everything. The driving gloves, the fire suits, everything, speed UTV, making it to what it is now, and then being on board with two of them just hammering right now, absolutely just letting them eat with father and son a minute apart, both of them with the ability out here to maybe win the thing. And if you think about it, it's it's a little overwhelming. I mean, how amazing is that? And a lot of people, if you follow off-road long enough over the years, there is some good and bad to be said about Robbie Gordon. That's what, you never know if you follow it. And but I'll tell you what, and the bad is normally just because it's normally people that have just got beaten by him too much. Let's be honest, right? But the thing about it is there's not many people in off-road or motorsports in general that is given back as much as Robbie Gordon. I know there's certainly very few people that work as hard as he does. And this is a perfect example of that right there. We're seeing so many of these speed cars out here and running so well. But all in all, very impressive stuff as we are now on board with the boss man himself. That is El Jefe in the number 7, Robbie Gordon. So great stuff so far. We are now 9 hours and 38 minutes into sending race cars off the start line. And we are well into all of our untrucks, all of our heavies, basically all of our big, fast, gnarly trucks are off the line. A lot of our buggies and things as well. We are now just getting into, I'm going to say roughly about, I thought Max was about ready to roll over already. That was wild right there. But ultimately, you know, we have got now upwards of about 7 or 8 of our UTVs off the line and a lot to come. So we're just getting underway with a lot of great stuff yet to happen all week long. It's going to be a long, fun, exciting week here for Baja's, NORRA's Baja. And these drone shots are great, really good footage. I'm excited, and in a little bit here, we have crews each day, camera crews, production crews spread out all over the place here. As they, right now, we're basically working off 2 crews. One at the ceremonial start in Ensenada, another crew that you see here that we're using out here as well. But then we have more as we leapfrog. Pretty soon, we're going to be bouncing from the ceremonial start to the actual initial start here at Rancho Nelson onto the next group that has moved farther down. Here we are on board with Todd Romano. So let me talk a little bit. We were talking a little bit earlier about the road book, right? And then we're talking about how the road book, and then you also have your video screen, your TV screen there. The road book and the screen are basically the same thing. It's 2 ways of doing it. Well, it's hard to look at a road book when you're driving. And Todd Romano is Ironmanning the entire way down from Ensenada all the way down to Cabo by himself. He's calling this his alone time. And that's really cool stuff. We're on board with the 1833 of Todd Romano right now. Just out here by himself, navigating and driving. And I'll tell you, in order to do this, this is not a simple task. And this is not a job for everybody, right? But I will say that his main thing, he's just got to stay calm. He doesn't necessarily, he can't go as fast as everybody else all the time. If he's got to get out, if he has a flat, guess who's changing that tire? Yeah, he's not going to sit in while the navigator gets out. He's going to have to get out and handle that. You know, there's a lot of different ways of getting by. You know, when you got a navigator and the driver mainly stays in the car, does things. That not with Todd. So his thing is he doesn't want to get flats. Nobody does, but let's think about this. He's got to be extra careful. He's got to be doing everything himself. So in return, maybe instead of running the car, and you can't run the car at 100% all the time because you'll break. You cannot go 1,300 miles in any race car wide open 100% the entire time, and it'll break. But you can run at, 96%. You can run at 93%, somewhere in there. But if Todd, he gets out there and he runs that thing, at 85% and stays at 85% the whole way down, and that's slow enough for maybe he can get some luck and avoid any flats, avoid any other issues like that, stay in the car, not have to get out. Why run at 98% if you got to get out and change 3 flat tires when you can run at 86% and never get out at all the whole time, right? So he's just got to stay calm, cool, and collected, a term I use a lot, and make his way all the way down the end of the peninsula here, and he'll be dialed in. Speaking of Ironmanning it, there's the Ironman himself. Not the Ironman, that'd be Ivan Stewart, but Ironman as well, Mark McMillan in the 83. For those of you that have been around off-road for a long time, I don't need to tell you who he is. Mark McMillan, man. I mean, come on. He's been around a long time. McMillan is off-road racing in the McAdoo. And so for him to come out and just enjoy, this is how much fun. He doesn't need to be here doing this. He's just out here doing this for fun. You know, this is what it's all about for him, just having a good time. And he's just out here in the buggy by himself, getting himself some alone time. All right, nice shot of him coming out of Nelson's Ranch. And this is where a lot of the faster trucks were having some issues earlier on. There we go, looking good. I'm just so pumped on some of this coverage that we're able to get everybody. And right here, are you going to blow it? Ned Ellsworth. Ned hangs in there, doesn't do too bad getting around that corner. I think now, it's kind of funny. Earlier on, we had the first few trucks kind of blow that turn. And now we have competitors just kind of thinking they need to go that way because the grass is so torn up in that area, which I find that to be kind of humorous, to be honest with you. There's a drone coming down here. I thought that was a race truck at first. I think that's just a race fan hanging out, enjoying themselves. Perfect around my turn. And I believe this could be maybe, I think it's our first one. If it's not the first one, then I just missed it. But this sitting on the line right now is a 3-seater, I do believe. Some of these are ultimately, it's not saying up there, but I believe this is under like a buggy pre-runner class type thing with 3 in it. Really awesome vehicles. I've always loved the look of these vehicles. I always like the truggy look back in the day. And this is Charles Rudolph in the elevation pre-run buggy class. I almost sound like I know what I'm talking about. Almost. I better this many years later. But I think these vehicles are super trick. A lot of them, you know, they're 3, 4 seaters in there. And I'm not joking around. These are vehicles that are fast, extremely capable, but yet you've got 2 or 3 of your friends with you. You literally got a cooler in there with some waters and some sodas and things, and you can all communicate with each other, and it's just a really cool way to cruise around the peninsula. As right now, we are back on board with another competitor. A little bit of dust. Oh, Bill Zemek in that Jackal. Bill Zemek, a great competitor. And I'm just going to be quiet for a minute so we can all just pay attention. And it's not even that bad yet. It's going to get worse. But should we just pay attention to the sound of the truck, listen to it, and the dust and the sun. When the sun's coming up, getting bright like this, look at all these variables at once. You can hear them talking to each other in there. Getting a little loud at times. On with PJ Jones.
There's going to be a hard sweeping left at the end of this. Hard sweeping left, hard left, stay left, stay left, stay left, stay left, stay left, stay left. All right, you check up right here.
Very cool stuff.
Straight. You check up left here, caution rollers into dip. Right here, rollers. I haven't been down this road in a while.
You hear him. I haven't been on this stretch in a while, so this competitor, or this navigator.
Dip into this.
And you just hear him. I haven't been through this stretch in a while, so he's been through here before, but it's so great. Just listen, that's the communication that you need. We're going to get a lot of that. And that's the kind of communication that having Starlink involved and our NORRA TV involved here is able to give us. So this is really cool stuff. Now navigation here with Robbie Gordon. I would have to imagine that what's going on, we're in a speed zone right now. Otherwise, he'd be letting that thing really eat. Are we on? I think, okay, so I'm just looking now. It looked like we were actually on a road. I didn't notice that at first, so there must be a speed zone early on there I was unaware of. And now we're back on board with another speed UTV. I'm not exactly sure which competitor is. Oh, there we go. Okay. Brad Helko. Oh, Helko. Yeah, he had a good qualifying run yesterday. Very exciting stuff. Now we got the in-car camera with Brad Helko. We had the dash cam out before. See a lot of the race fans there, right by the ski jump. So they're still at Rancho Nelson right now, just getting through that section. You see all the race fans. A lot going on in the car there with those guys talking back and forth. Not in anyone's dust just yet, which is nice. Now keep in mind, it's not going to be as dusty early in the morning with the marine layer and stuff coming over. But as they cross over, start making their way towards the other side of the peninsula, around the Pacific side is where we're starting out now, it's going to get drier. Yes, of course, there's going to be some water crossings, some different things of that nature, but it's going to get drier. It's going to get dustier, especially as the vehicles get closer to one another. But right now, the 1103 in that speed UTV of Brad Helko is doing a fine job. And here we are at the starting line. A lot of the UTVs up here, all ready to go. Starting off a minute apart. And what's exciting is, and I know I've said this before, but you know, a lot of these UTVs. Or let me back up the bus. Let me pump the brakes here. Slow down, Sean. What it is on this race course, there's areas where these trophy trucks are going to be letting it eat. I'm sorry, these faster trucks are going to be letting it eat, and they are, without a doubt, going to be their sections 130, 140 miles an hour. The UTVs are not going to go as fast. Some of these better UTVs are going to be touching the triple digits, but being at 100 miles an hour versus 140, well, there you go. That's a massive difference. But we have sections of the course here where it's really slow, and it's hard for the larger vehicles with the massive horsepower to get through. But the UTVs are so small and nimble, and that's where they make up their time. So once we get into San Felipe, we'll start seeing some differences. Once you get to Bay of LA again, but by the time we get to Loretto, we're going to start seeing some big differences with some UTVs moving up in the overall. All right, so we got a great drone shot right there, leaving the ranch, heading on out. And blowing that turn a little bit again. Everybody's doing it, but not quite that wide. That's a record. And here we are right now with the 400. We see Art there. Cool story with these guys, the three of them. Having a good time, and Art is bringing his father's ashes with him down the length of the Baja Peninsula here, and they are ready to go. So it's a four-seater. You just don't see the fourth seat there. So the three of them and Art's father's ashes. It's going to be an emotional ride for him, I would have to imagine. as they get ready to take off and head on out into the desert of Baja here for NORRA's Baja. Very exciting stuff for them. You can hear him joking around in there. Thanks for having me along, guys. And he's saying, well, don't thank me yet. Somewhere along the line, the gentleman in the back there is going to be maybe questioning his decision to get in that truck. I can tell you, riding in the back seat is not always the most comfortable, but very cool stuff. So, we've got the 3-seaters. We have 4-seaters. We have the Safari class. We have the unlimited trucks. We have the vintage vehicles. We have the UTVs. A class for everybody that wants to be involved can be involved, and it's really cool. So taking a look there, another car, UTV just getting off the start as we head to the
Yeah!
So those guys are having a really good time. Well, meanwhile, competitors making their way through the ranch. It's so many UTVs. It's really, really cool how many they have. And it's not just here for the NORRA race, but for off-road racing in general around the world. The UTVs have kind of taken over. And I'm talking from whether you're racing in the Middle East, where I've just spent some time not too long ago, whether you're here in Baja or Dakar, UTVs are taking over. But who took over qualifying yesterday? The 747 of Nick McPhee. Nick McPhee taking over Max Gordon's reign of qualifying champion, the 747 of McPhee. He was our fast qualifier yesterday in our Speed UTV qualifying session, and he is out in front right now. Nothing in front of him but open racetrack. And of course, he's got Mad Max Gordon, Robbie Gordon, the who's who in UTV racing following behind him, chasing him. But right now, it's all about Nick McPhee, and I'm going to just be quiet for a minute, and let's listen to that UTV eat. So I was just talking a little while, you can't run the entire peninsula 100% wide open. Well, maybe I was wrong, because that's what Nick McPhee is obviously attempting to do right now, and he's a competitor that's been around for a while. This is not his first NORRA. He's been doing this for a bit. He knows what he's doing. He can drive a race car very, very well. He's got a great team behind him. His qualifying session showed just that. And it looks like Nick has plans of not just qualifying first, but staying there all the way through. All right, so here we are, the end of one stage. Looks like for Mark Post. So the way it works right now, the time has stopped, his race time. They have a certain amount of time right now to do what they need to do. Unlike some of the other off-road desert races, they have an opportunity here in stages. So stage one of day one looks like it's done in the record books for them. Right now they're off the clock. They're able to change a navigator or a driver or what have you, and then get back underway again here in a little bit. So here we are Another speed UTV. Doing a pretty good job in that early on turn. It's around the fourth or fifth turn of the race. Didn't blow that too bad. Looking comfortable, and now we're on board with that car. That is Matt Cullen in the 207. Let's listen to him navigate.
Right again. Right up the hill, then left, straightens out. Coming up on a big rock on the left. There's a rock.
And you hear him right there. There's a rock. Different things. And I made a mistake that I thought that was another competitor in a speed UTV. That was a different shot I was looking at. My apologies. That's a 6100. But what is not a 6100 or a UTV is that Ford machine right there, Brad Level. Brad has been around for a long time. Great guy. Did a lot of racing with him years ago back in some things with the snow scramble as we raced unlimited trucks up and down the mountain of ice in Sunday River, Maine. A couple of years ago, we did that for 2 years back to back with another company that put that event on. And Brad has run short course for a long time, desert racing, all kinds of things. And now with our new partner with Ford being involved this year for the first time ever for NORRA's Baja, very exciting. And who better to represent Ford than Brad Lovell, who's worked with them on their Bronco and Raptor program for a long time. And this is the Evolution Showroom Stock Late Model truck. They say showroom stock. I would love to go to that showroom. And they would definitely not be out of stock when I was done. I can't imagine the price tag on that thing, but it is an amazing vehicle. Brad Lovell and Ford are 2-in-1. They've worked together for a long time, and they've done some amazing stuff together, and that continues on. And that also continues on with the relationship now and the brand new wonderful partnership in between Ford and Ford Performance and being involved with us here in NORRA. And you asked for a new partner to come on. You couldn't ask for anything better than that. That's really exciting stuff. So Brad Lovell leading the charge when it comes to that in Ford Motorsports and off-road racing. Now, still back to the ceremonial start. The majority of the race cars are going to be off the ceremonial start and headed towards Rancho Nelson here shortly. And within the next, say, hour to hour and a half, we'll have all vehicles out on course. Look at, there's a nice shot of a slower area. Being careful through there on that off-cambered turn. Looks like it's really rutted out right there in the center. It's Larry Holt, the number 98 Elevation Production Turbo UTV class. Larry Holt looking good. Leaving the ranch area and heading on into the desert. Holt looking very comfortable. Right about now, this is, in my opinion, where once they get through the ranch area, you know, you get your first couple miles in, maybe you'll make a small, quick mistake like most of the competitors have done so far, and then you kind of settle in. Be like, okay, all right, here we go. Now we know what we're doing. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's take. Everyone then gets in the zone. It's not the same to me. You start off in the morning, day one, maybe a little antsy, and then all of a sudden you just got to settle into your seat and be like, okay, We got 6 ahead of us of this. Let's get ourselves to a nice pace and not wear ourselves out right off the bat. And that's exactly what we see a lot of these competitors doing. Off the line. Another UTV. You see a whole group of cars way in the background there. On the gas, looking good. And if you can see me now, and you don't need to, I got a big smile on my face just knowing how many race cars we got out there, how many more we have to go, and the kind of footage we're about to give you, because this has just been a taste of it. I can't wait. Right now, we're only working off of 2 camera teams. One at the ceremonial start in Ensenada, one at the start at Rancho Nelson, but we have several more teams down the peninsula, or just not even down the peninsula, just between here and San Felipe, as the 874 of Bronson Charlemagne is in full effect. Evolution Production Turbo UTV rocking and rolling. The onboard looking good. Really nice shot right there. On the gas. Bronson Charlemagne looking nice and comfortable. There it is. Boom. Get that color back in the screen, dialed in. Charlemagne. Noticed this yesterday in qualifying as well. Not a whole lot of movement in the cab. Very calm. Very mellow. You don't see too many extra movements on the wheel above and beyond what is necessary. Anything else is not needed. Love to see that. Look at him, how calm he is. Sometimes you get into a cab of a vehicle like this and you just see elbows everywhere. Not with Bronson Charlemagne. Nice and calm. All right, so as we are there with the 874, Bronson Charlemagne looking good. The majority, not all, the majority of the UTVs are out on course. Almost all of them, about 2/3 of them are actually taking the actual green flag right now, about another third left to go. And then we have a few more, not a few more, but a good chunk of vehicles in some of the other classes. So Bronson Chiramonte being the last one that we saw. Chiramonte and Charlemagne, big difference right there. And I appreciate the assistance on that. Charlemagne out there doing it. All right, so as you see some of our race fans going across where our ceremonial start is, it's been a good day so far. Here we are, 2 hours and 7 minutes in, almost all the cars are taking the ceremonial start. But in the meantime, we're going to be back with you with a lot more action. We're staying live all day long, Pacific time, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back with you guys in just a little bit.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
right, folks. Now we are back on board with another one of our on-car cameras. Those of you just lucky enough to join us right now, folks, I'm Sean Sermony, bringing you all the action all week long here for the NORRA Baja. 6 days of racing down the peninsula, starting in Ensenada. We did today, and outside of Ensenada, getting further and further away, and closer to San Felipe is the 747 of Nick McPhee. Nick McPhee, our fastest qualifier in all of the UTVs. Yesterday, during the speed UTV qualifying session at Rancho Nelson. Now out in front, the first UTV on the course. And from what we can see so far, is not messing around, man. Nick McPhee really on the gas, racing hard, looking really good. Smooth, aggressive. When you see, it looks like he's going fast. That's saying something, because when you're on camera like this, as most of you know, it's difficult to really get the full effect of the speed. The cameras normally don't show that, especially these onboards. But it looks like he's really hauling tail here.
Okay, left over crest, point 1. Check.
And as we're on board right here, I'm just going to give it a minute, let them talk. They are more important than I am right now. But we're cutting out a little bit. But I can tell you, at speed, I've been in both seats. And when you are going as fast as they're going, and, you know, and from my experience, going the speeds they're going right now, which is wide open. They are flying. And from a driver's standpoint, it's nerve-wracking, especially doing a rally like this, because they haven't been through this. He has not seen this. Whether you're Todd Romano or you're Nick McPhee, this is new sections you've never been through. But yet, you're going as fast as that car can go if you're Nick McPhee, right? It's nerve-wracking. You're right up. It's so tense inside that vehicle. Not necessarily the atmosphere, but just your body. You don't understand how much your mind's clicking, how much your whole body is so tensed up and going through that. If you're the navigator, the pressure is much different, because you're the navigator, you're kind of getting bounced around, jostled more in it as a navigator, because when you're driving, you're seeing these things, you're hearing that, hey, this rut's coming up, this jump's coming up, hey, it's rough through here. But you're hearing it and you're seeing it before you get there, and as you get there, you're prepared for it. As a navigator, you're telling the driver it's going to happen, but you're not looking out the windshield. So as you're doing it, then when you get to it, I find as a navigator, you get jostled around a little bit more. It's a little more, for lack of better terms, a little more violent in the car as a navigator, because you're not looking out the window. You're not seeing it, you're talking about it, but then when you get there, you're like, you know, and I think, me personally, it beats you up a little bit more sometimes as a navigator, because you're just not as tensed up looking out. You're not as prepared for it as the driver who's physically looking in front of the car. Either way, I'm not going to lie to you, these cars, whether it's an unlimited truck like this of Mark Post, or if it's a speed UTV or any of these classes that handle so well and have amazing suspension, lots of wheel travel, and the cars work really, really well, I'm not going to lie to you, it can still be a pretty violent ride in there. Hands down, without a doubt, and that's not just this, it's any form of legitimate motorsports, if you're going fast. It doesn't. Now, let's take a look. Can you see the speedometer on the Lawrence once he gets going into a fast section? We're going through a slow area now. Starting to open her up. My eyes are not going to allow me to see it, but maybe yours at home can. But you got to keep in mind, when you're out there, over 70 miles an hour just through this area, and it's tight. So those of you that are heading down the 405 right now, and you're on perfect asphalt, and you're going 65 miles an hour, maybe 70. Mark Post is going through the desert, never been there before, doesn't know what's coming up in front of him, and it's really rough, and he would go by you like you had a boat anchor attached to your car. Let's put it that way. So when your commute to work on the highway, perfectly smooth, with your coffee in your hand, not spilling anything at 70 miles an hour, Mark Post is going to go by you as if you were parked and has never seen that part of the desert before. And it's rough, and it's not asphalt. So just imagine that. And as I was saying before, it doesn't matter. I've been lucky enough over the years to be able to wheel a lot of different race cars and things, and dirt bikes and ATVs and snowcross racing and sprint cars and dirt modifieds and UTVs and all. I've done a lot of things in my time, and I can tell you anything that you are at speed and you are doing at the top of the line level like this, it's violent. That's just the way it is. You don't think of it that way when you're in the car, but the reality of it is, if you are not somebody that has raced your whole life, and you're not used to this, and you get in a vehicle like this as a passenger and go for a ride, I know the words that are going to come out of your mouth, and I can't say what those words are on air right now, but you would be like, oh my goodness, I had no idea. And then there'd be some other words that go along with it as well, I'm sure of it. But it's awesome. It's a really good time. It's amazing. And that's why we all keep coming back. So right now, I'm keeping it coming back again and again and again. There's Robbie Gordon. And just so good, racing right alongside of his son, Max Gordon. So the two of them, no, I say side by side. They're not physically side by side right now, but they are one in back of the other. They started off a minute apart. Once we get a little bit further into the race here, they've only been on course for maybe not even an hour, I don't believe. But once we get going here, I'll start getting up into some more timing and scoring for us here and try to give you some information. Keep in mind, if you would like to follow along at home, and I urge you to do that, you can go not only watch our live stream on our YouTube or our website or what have you, and there's a lot of different ways to link up to it, but you can also go to our NORRA website and get on and go through our live timing and scoring and tracking as well, and keep up with whatever it is that you want to do. Maybe there's one competitor that you're interested in, and we don't have the opportunity to cover just that one competitor. You can go on to our live timing and scoring, check all that stuff out, and follow along wherever it is that you would like to do, and keep an eye on just that one car. All right, so, and as I'm doing it, I was doing the same thing I was just telling you to do. I'm like, hey, do what you say, and start following along. There is Roger Lovell, co-driver, along with Brad. So I believe it's Brad Lovell, but is it Roger Lovell as a co-driver? I'll get some more information on that. I may have just made that up. As being part of the Ford family, Ford, Lovell, and NORRA. That's a trifecta of off-road excellence right there. So right now, let's take a look here. I'm looking at where exactly everyone is. Just getting the timing and scoring up and going here, and start paying attention now that we're getting to be about far enough into the race to do so. I can tell you a little bit about it. Our first section today on our way to San Felipe, that is 570 miles long. And then we get into the second section, Sector 2, if you will, which is not yet started. It's about to, as far as at least online here. That is 46.90 miles, so very similar in miles. Almost 51 for the first one, almost 47 for the second. And then when we finish on up on the last segment, the third segment of the day today, on our way to San Felipe, will be 64, just over a half mile. So our leaders are a third of the way in, got a third of the way is over and done and in the record books. And we'll touch on this, continue to touch on this as we cruise along here today. And you can check all this out as well, folks. I urge you to go to the NORRA website, follow along here with our NORRA TV for NORRA's Baja and all the action that we're bringing you. But you can also go online and follow the live tracking. All right, so cool shot right there at the ranch. And we still got cars and buggies coming off the line. There's another single-seater. I do believe I know who that is just by looking at it, but I've already stuck my foot in my mouth a couple times, and yes, it is Mac Johnson. A couple times today, thinking I know what I'm talking about, and then I find out that I screwed that up. So I'm just going to go by the book for a little while. Different color schemes. Look at Mac Johnson. Mac Johnson, I tell you, I don't know if you know anything about him. Fresh out of jail. Broke out of jail, actually, to come and race NORRA not long ago. Had to argue with Eliseo Garcia. Big argument yesterday. Mac Johnson just, taking things a little too far. But Eliseo saying, no, you can't smoke in your race car. And Mac Johnson saying, I can do whatever I want. But I think he was a little confused because Eliseo had just woke him up. He was laying underneath the race car taking a nap. And so, yeah, Mac Johnson, he's a different character, to say the least. Heck of a guy, I guess. I guess that's what I hear. But anyways, Mac Johnson got up yesterday. Eliseo woke him up, had to kick the beer cans out of the way. Mac Johnson woke up, came out, and Eliseo said, listen, I just want to let you know, you can't be drinking like this in our contingency area. And as he lit up a broken cigarette and blew the smoke right in Eliseo's face, Eliseo said, oh, and P.S., no smoking in the race car. But that doesn't seem to be working because he had a cigarette going right now.
And we'll call it 300 feet. Sweep left off camber turn. This is it. This is it. Yep. Oopie. Ooh, that'll be a fucker upper. Yeah. That'll lend you a little race.
I do believe he said that'd be a pucker upper, and I think he was right.
200 feet. 200 feet. You're on it.
All right, so some quality in-car conversation there. And I do believe he said that's going to later on going to be a straight pucker upper. That's what I heard anyways. As we are continuing on down the peninsula here, there is Chris Boyle in the 1944. He is the driver record for this entry. Moving along good. And so this is how, it seems like a lot, but it's not. This is how stretched out we are on course right now. We have quite a few competitors that are now across the line, mainly unlimited trucks and things of that nature. They're across the line in our first section. Sector 1 is what I'll call it. Okay, just around 50 miles is what it is. And then we have other competitors that are just taking off and taking their actual race green flag at Rancho Nelson. And then we also have competitors that haven't left the ceremonial start in Ensenada yet. Some of them may still be in their hotel parking lot making their way there. So we are now stretching the pack out slowly across the peninsula from west to east. From the Pacific side in Ensenada all the way over to San Felipe on the other side. And so they're already getting pretty well stretched out. Check this out right now. I know that right now you're thinking, wow, now how cool is that car? Well, I'll tell you how cool that car is. It won, not this specific one, but that Myers-Manx, a great partner of ours, by the way. Let me throw that in there. Myers-Manx won the very first NORRA race. Back then it was the NORRA 1000. Same race as what we're doing today in 1967. I was -8 years old at the time, and Myers-Manx won that race. And Myers-Manx has been as a partner and has still been racing this race ever since then, from 1967 now to 2025. And of course, later on, we're going to check in with Mike Perlman as well, who is another competitor, because that's not the only Myers-Manx car racing. Definitely not. There are several. And one of them is driven by a good buddy of ours, and we're going to talk to him a little later on. But right now, we're on board with Robbie Gordon. And per usual, because I think it's awesome footage and a good experience, I'm just going to be quiet for just a minute. And let's just let Robbie do his thing. The man, the myth, the master, the legend. Well, perhaps I picked a bad time. All right, we're back again. That was just my luck right there. But now looking at a little slower section. So I've got to say to you, and I know it's going to be different in a race like this, but you know, Robbie's one of those guys, you know, he's got a couple years on me, not much. He's not that much older than me. But he's been racing down here since he was very, very young. And he has said it before that even though we're racing in areas that have never been raced before, and we say never, maybe they never have, or maybe they haven't been since the 60s or so, or 70s, or maybe it's been a very, long time. But Robbie, and these are his words, and he said this to me probably about 10 years ago. He's like, bro, I know every goat path there is out here. And that's exactly what he said to me. And so I was down here, and me and Robbie are very close, and we've worked together around the world for a very long time. And we go way back. We're buddies. And he said to me probably 10, 13 years ago, Sean, bro, I know every goat path there is down here. So navigating for Robbie is very tricky, without a doubt. You can do all the homework in the world, but most likely he's already been there. He's probably been there a couple times. And when he was there, he's probably going 100 miles an hour. So he knows it. Now, when you get to a NORRA race, and you do have sections, there has to be sections Robbie's never been on. There has to be. LZO strives to throw stuff at these competitors that they've never done before. Not to make their life difficult, although I do think he gets a chuckle out of that once in a while. I feel very confident in that. But more or less to give them an experience that they've never had before. So there are going to be areas that Robbie Gordon doesn't know. But most of where they're going, he's been there. He's done it. He knows it. And so navigating in this race is very, very difficult. Granted, the NORRA team does a great job building the road book and getting all the information together, but it doesn't mean it's a simple job to navigate. But then navigating for Robbie Gordon, who already kind of knows where you're going, and maybe all of a sudden you get on one of these, for lack of better terms, goat paths, and he's like, oh, I know this goat path, and just starts dropping a hammer faster than you can read your road book. I mean, I'm kind of laughing on the inside, but it's serious. I mean, when you're driving with someone with that much experience, that much talent, decades of driving down here, what are you going to do, But I tell you what this guy's doing. Nick McPhee, fast qualifying yesterday, out in front, lead UTV right now. By the numbers, as far as the time goes, I don't know if he's necessarily leading, but I do know he's still out in front, and he's catching dust from competitors in front of him. The dust from the competitors in front of him are not from UTVs. They're from basically faster cars than him, but yet he's getting up in their dust. So that tells you a little bit about how Nick McPhee's day is going right now. He is hammering, and he's catching faster class cars in front of him right now, a little at a time. Who's to know? We don't know. Maybe he's already passed one or two. We don't know. But he's in the dust of cars from a class that is deemed faster than him. Oh, wow. So that's where the dust was coming from. And that was a vehicle that was just a racing accident on another line. And we just happened to be on board when that happened. And so Nick McPhee in the race lane, another vehicle, I believe was a race vehicle, maybe not, I couldn't tell. I don't know what it exactly, who it was or what it was. It was a quick glance of another vehicle coming on course, running parallel within reason to Nick McPhee. And I don't know if they both knew each other were there or not. I know I don't know anything. I'm speculating. Let me back up. I'm speculating. And Nick McPhee and that car both somewhat going in the same direction within reason. It wasn't a head-on or anything like that. Had a major collision. And that's Nick McPhee right there. Sounded like it might have been a trophy truck, maybe. I don't know exactly. And and once again, I'm speculating. Okay, there's Nick right there. I hear him saying something about a trailing arm. They may be out for the race. I'm going to be quiet. Let's listen. All right. So we'll try to come back and figure that out later. We had some pretty wild action there, but yeah. And once again, folks, I saw what you saw, nothing more. But everybody's okay. I heard the other race vehicle leaving the scene. No problem. They were driving off. Nick and his co-driver off, walking around. They were all right. But as far as what's going to go on with that vehicle, whether they're going to be able to finish the stage, I'm speculating. But I doubt it. But I could be wrong. Whether they're going to be able to finish the race, I don't know. But what I do know is that's heartbreaking. Absolutely, that hurts me to see them put the time, money, and effort in to come down and do this, Norra, and be prepared and go out there and just absolutely throttle everybody in qualifying and then be running as well as he just was. I mean, he was doing nothing wrong. Nick McPhee was just in the actual race lane and just doing amazing, and then out of nowhere gets clipped by a physically larger vehicle, and as of right now is out of the race. So very upsetting for Nick McPhee. All right, so we are on board with Mark Post. And as we are on board with Mark Post here, I'm going to do a little bit of homework on the laptop as I'm talking to you guys and see if I can't figure out a little bit of maybe what had gone on with that collision a little bit ago. As it looks like right now out in front is, and again, this is unofficial, and you guys can do this yourselves at home, but I'm just following our tracker. It looks like, and this, I'm not going off of times, I'm going off of physically on course, where they physically are right now. And it looks like Mark Post is the first one out front on lead. This is cool. John Brindle, the driver, in the Safari 20.
Short straight.
These guys just cruising along. Safari Expedition.
Right.
And I'll say too, for these guys, right? Once again, the cameras don't do it much justice.
Right.
These guys are moving pretty good. They're actually cruising along at a pretty good clip. All right.
Right.
All right, so we see these guys. I'm going to be quiet here. I will tell you, though, the cool news is the first 3 UTVs are through waypoint 149, I was just told. I don't know if that includes Nick McPhee. But as we listen in here, I'm going to mute my mic and do a little bit of homework on down the course for you so I can try to bring you a little more action.
Tight left. Straight with a slight sweep to the left. It's a mouthful. Very short straight on the left. Short straight, tightens right, opens right.
All right, so we've got some good information there, and we took an opportunity to listen to the guys there in our safari class. So let's talk a little bit about UTVs. Let's get into that. So we had just a little while ago, a few minutes ago, information that at least 3 UTVs now, I think maybe more, have gotten through waypoint 149. So moving on down the course. So now, and keep in mind, I'm bringing the news the best I can here. Just because I say it doesn't make it official. All right? But I will tell you that without a doubt that right now we know that our fast qualifier and the leader so far in today's UTV overall, Nick McPhee, is now out of the race for right now. For right now. Not saying he's out of the race all day or for the rest of the week, but for right now, he is hands down, without a doubt, out of the race. Everybody's okay. Everyone's safe. Nothing to worry about there. Just a racing incident and some damage to the car. So they're going to work on that. I do know that we do have Robbie Gordon and Max Gordon have made it through waypoint 149 as well. And still in that order, Robbie has not caught up to his son Max. Max has started in front of him, a minute ahead of him, and he is still ahead of him. I don't know if it's a minute or not. And then continuing on with some more UTV news. We got him, we got Max, and then I believe it's Larry Holt as well is up front there a bit. And then we should hopefully be seeing fairly soon, wishful thinking here, but should hopefully be seeing Todd Romano come through there in a little bit as well, as far as just where he qualified the starting order. And yes, I am jumping around a little bit. There's Joris Hitt. I am jumping around. I'm not naming anyone, but I'm giving you what I can with the news that I have. And I'm getting a lot more information and news from our team in the other studio and our team Valerie, Super Val out on course, and others. And I'm getting information text to me. I'm getting a message to me. I'm getting it in a lot of different ways, and I'm trying my best to filter through it all and keep on talking to you guys. And so far, I think we're doing okay, and we're just going to keep on getting better as the hours roll on and the days keep going this week. We're going to give you some awesome stuff here, and this is just day number 1. And we still got the ironing board out, man. We're just still smoothing things out. Wait till this thing is baby smooth. We're going to have you so dialed in here by the end of the day here, it's going to blow your minds. All right, folks, still continuing on here. Out on stage 1 is where the majority of the vehicles is. Stage 2, well, that's where Mark Post is, the 855, the 660, or the 363. A lot of those competitors out doing their thing. I'm going to now look into So we get to Highway 3. That's where Stage 1 ends and Stage 2 begins. So as I'm looking, so just before, sadly, now I'm putting it all together here. Just before the end of Stage 1 is where that incident was with McPhee. Say incident, everyone's fine. Once again, don't worry, everyone's all right. But he was literally, I mean, almost to the highway, almost free and clear. And sadly, that's not the way it ended up for him. Then, out on the highway right now, we are on board with PJ Jones and Robbie Gordon. That's cool. Those guys both on board with the two of them. These guys they go way back, good friends from days of IndyCar. Well, let me back up. I mean, they used to hang out together in the sandbox. Well, Baja Bob and Parnelli Jones are racing and doing their thing. They've known each other since they were kids. They've raced each other everywhere from IndyCar, all kinds of things together. Stadium Super Trucks. PJ, myself, and Robbie have traveled the world. For years, we traveled the world together, racing Stadium Super Trucks from Beijing to Sydney, Australia, to South America, to everywhere. And so these guys have been together for a long time. We've all done a lot of cool stuff together. And now, years later, in their 50s, they're in their 50s. I'm not. Let's get that straight. That's next year. They're now not far off, but a minute or so away from one another in the middle of nowhere in the Mexican desert, still racing with. Personally, I just think that's rad. All right, nice clip right there of another vehicle leaving in the ranch. All right, so it looks like we are moving some of our sweep teams around. And the reason being, and when I say sweep teams, at the end of the race, we have our sweep crew. And that's a crew that goes in, and they spend 6 days with no sleep. And so they are out there, and at the end of the day, they're sweeping through the course. And those that are in dire need of help, not medical assistance, they offer that as well. Sweep crew is paramedics, EMTs. I mean, these guys, every crew, can save your life, and they can fix your race car. Very important people, very talented, hardworking people on the sweep team, and that goes for everybody. Everyone on the sweep team is got some talents and abilities above and beyond most of the rest of us, and that's why they're able to do their job. And so, sweep team right now, is moving up course a bit or down course a bit, because where it seems like, I was just told, a tree has come down near where that McPhee accident was, and that they have to go clear that tree. So now, this is the part that I'm wondering, and we may or may not find out, and we might find out an hour from now, maybe it'll be tomorrow, maybe in 5 minutes. I don't know. But I'm curious, and I'm just, speculating here and kind of making a story out of it, having fun with this. Is that tree now was a UTV that was staying on course, right? And there's a shot of them right there. So there they are. Now, was that tree down before they got there, or did the accident cause that tree to come down? The UTV was on course. It's a smaller vehicle. Was that tree down and the UTV was able to get around that tree on course, and that's why that physically larger vehicle was not on course? And that's why that happened? I don't know. But I have a feeling that we're going to get that news. It's just going to take a little bit of time. There's the Triple Deuce team going on by. So, never getting involved with a tree, but I can tell you that I have been involved with standing there in the desert in the middle of a race when you should be racing. I learned that many, many years ago, almost 30 years ago, the first time I came down here to to race the Baja 500 on an ATV. And I just spent the majority of the race just standing off the track, all wadded up after having a major get off. This is before we were all out here with our sat phones and all of this stuff and everything. And that was a very long day to fly from Logan International in Boston all the way out here to go down to Baja to race, and halfway through the race just completely destroy everything you owned and then just hang out in the desert all day. But I've been there and done that, and that was my first experience ever in Baja. So I know what it's like to be standing there next to your vehicle being like, man, this is not how I saw my day going. So all in all, we're going to get more information on that. We have Super Val and Mike and the team and everybody. We had everybody out there getting us more information than we ever had before. So when they get there, we're going to find out what happened. Was the tree down, and that's what caused that larger vehicle to go off course? And I say off course, they were legally where they were allowed to be. You could be a certain amount off course. They weren't doing illegal. Or did that tree come down because the UTV got into it? We're going to find out here in time. On board right now with John LaHoff, co-driver. And look at, you hear the siren going? I'm sure they're hitting the push to pass as well. So John LaHoff here, co-driver, he is going a little slower than the vehicle in front of him. Okay, oh, he is the driver of record, I was just told. We'll get that fixed, so apologies. So Cowboy Cerrone will be the driver tomorrow. You got, yeah, I said that. You heard what I said. Cowboy Cerrone. Yeah. That's exactly it. What I feel soon will be a UFC Hall of Famer, UFC superstar. And yeah, he is down here not fighting in the octagon, but fighting in the Mexican desert. And he will be on board driving, co-driver. The driver of record is John LaHoff. The co-driver will be Cowboy Cerrone. And we believe that'll be tomorrow that we'll be seeing him. But what I was getting at is, you heard the siren. You didn't hear one that time, but they got out of the way. There's a push to pass button. So if you come up in a slower vehicle, you hit your push to pass, it tells that car in front of you, hey, we're right behind you. We need to go by you. Get out of the way. Does everyone get out of the way? No, they don't. Sometimes they just stay in your way, and there's nothing more frustrating than that. But they are supposed to, when push to pass is hit, allow you to get by so that you can pass and continue on with your race in a safer manner. At times, do vehicles get into forcing each other to force the pass? They do. Is that okay to do, and is it the safest way? No, it's not. I'm not telling you not to do it. You're racing. You know, when the helmet goes on, things go out the window, and I totally agree with that. And I come from the aggressive side of motorsport, so I understand it. But when that push to pass goes and it sounded, you could hear it, their push to pass was working, and they were moving out of the way as they should. So that team is doing everything exactly the way they're supposed to do it. And kudos to you guys for keeping everything safe in Baja and running your own race at your own pace. Well done, team. All right, so we're now on board with the 1103 of Brad Helko. Back on board with him, looking good. Helko having a decent day yesterday in qualifying. It looks like he's having a good day so far today as well. As now we hop back to the ranch here, and I believe, let me get my spectacles back on. Oh, I just missed it. I'm thinking, okay, that's what I was thinking. Evolution pre-runner truck. So we're getting down within reason to the nitty-gritty. We have a lot of vintage vehicles coming, yep. And back in here, and let's just listen to what they have to say. They seem like a good group of guys. So those guys seem like they're having a great time. In this class, in the Evolution pre-run truck, a 1994 Ford Bronco, you know, they've got a lot of heart, sweat, and tears put into getting that vehicle dialed in, come down here and race. Not a simple thing to do, but it shows you just some more of the options and the way to come down and enjoy NORRA and actually race. You can come down here with $1 million unlimited truck. You can come down here and buy yourself a $60,000 bone stock UTV and go racing. You could go and talk to one of the rental companies like PJ Performance or Speed UTV. They both do it. And get in a vehicle and not own it, but come down and rent it and have it all paid for and have your logistics handled and all that. You can do that as well. Or you can come down in a Safari. All you need is four-wheel drive and a good buddy to drive around with you. Or not. Do it on your own. You come down, or you can be in a vehicle like this. There are so many options and so many ways to get involved with doing this race, whether it be actually racing or just having a good time. It's hard to go wrong. Here we are. Two great competitors, Bill Zimick, Matt Cullen, on board with the both of them. So far, it's been a good Baja for the two of these competitors. So, back on board again, on course, looking good. All of our competitors, I believe, have left the ceremonial start in Ensenada and are either on course or about to be here very soon. We're kind of down into our evolution or vintage classes now. They're the only ones that really need to get on course. Everyone else is out here racing, having a good time. So far, so good. I'm looking at our tracking and our timing and scoring as well. Trying to get everything dialed in. What do we got here? We got one move over Rover. Here comes something meatier coming on through. So we'll take a look here. I'm not exactly sure who that was, but it was hey, step off to the side, please. Driver right, as I'm going to be stage left. Coming on through. Tossing up the old go-go gadget dust storm in his face. That's a beautiful shot, though, right there. The landscape here is just really something special. As we are cruising along, we go from nice mellow ride to what's going on right here. I saw this in the preview. I knew this was coming up, and I said, holy cow. We went from just a nice mellow ride and two guys just letting each other pass one another nice and easy to bandbox over tea kettle, as my old man would say when I was a kid. I still don't know what that means, but that's what I saw happen in the cab of this car. They were all kinds of slideways, backed up into a berm halfway up a cliff. Looks like a little bit of damage there on the side of that vehicle. We'll see that happens. Right now, Joris hit in the 8733. So I was telling you earlier about how being in a vehicle like this, it could be a violent ride, but it's fun, it's exciting, it's great. We're showing you that right now. This is a perfect example of a pretty good day. And sometimes a good day can be a little wild. All right, so nice shot up above there as well. So we go from calm to that ride with hit on there. It shows just a little bit of how crazy it is. But I tell you what, look at this. How beautiful is Baja? Just look at the landscapes. And just how amazing, look at that. How amazing is it to come down here? And this is just a little bit of it. Wait till we keep moving south. And we go through some of the different forests, and we go through the cactus areas, and we get back over by the water. Right now we're going away from the water. We're going away from the Pacific. But we are crossing over to the Sea of Cortez, and it's absolutely beautiful over there. Once we head down south, and we get down to Loreto, you're like, holy moly, look at this. And then Loreto into La Paz, is amazing. Going then San Ignacio, we go back over the other side again and cross back over. But the views and everything, if this is something, this is a race, and I'm not joking around. You want to come down here and you want to win a championship, and you just want to be a bad MFer, man, and just come down here and take your unlimited truck or your awesome UTV and come down here and be like, yeah, I'm the man. Come do that. Come on with it. I'm all about that. But you want to come out here and do a family thing. Maybe you and the wife want to come out, bring your kids, and just get in the safari class and just have fun, but see how beautiful it really is at a super safe, controlled environment. We got that for you. Come on down. You know who else has got something for you? Dave Mason Jr.'s got something for you. Into 165, the man, the myth. This dude is just winning races right and left. This car he's built, it's been around for a while. It runs so well. His navigation team is amazing. Him as a driver is amazing. And Dave Mason Jr. just on point in the number 165 on board, making moves right now. So I'm just looking right now, Dave Mason on the tracker. It looks to me as though, what do we got here? What number we got? The number 30. That should be a quick one to get off. That is the Rick Hurricane Johnson in the 2095 Stewart Raceworks Ford Bronco pre-runner vintage. Now he's up and going again. Maybe a little bit of confusion. That's all that was. Nothing to worry about. And then we're looking at on course right now. I'm not signed by the times. I don't have that right in front of me. I can only look at one thing at once. But we got Mark Post out front. Then we're going to touch off the 855 of Tim Kunch. Tim Kunch right now on course in P2. A fair distance back behind Post. Another fair distance behind Kunch is going to be the 829. That's Bob Briggs. And after Bob Briggs, we get into Dave Mason Jr. in the 165 with the 282 right behind him in the 282. That would be none other than Kevin Miller. So that's ultimately your top five physically, not by the times, but physically on course in the order that they're in, with Mark Post being quite a ways out front, and then an even larger gap in between second and third. And then the race course starts getting real busy, to say the least. And as I'm taking a look here, I'm doing my best to see where our first UTV is right now, since we did have an issue. I can tell you that maybe not be the first one yet, but I'll figure it out. But I know that Max Gordon is back on course now, so he is off of Highway 3, did his pit stop, switched it around, back on Highway 3. It looks to me as Robbie Gordon is about to pull off the highway. Yeah, he did. He is now officially back on course again. So those two competitors have made it into the second section of day one. Let me do my home here and see the 136 as well. Nope, that is Jay Bills out here in his Chenwith. He is back on. And then we've got Mark Post at a checkpoint. Mark Post running very well. Super impressive. This checkpoint, they get their road book back. They get everything they're supposed to, get everything checked off on their windshield or sticker or whatever that's on either on the fender well, sometimes it's on a windshield or what have you. Everything is done. This time that they are stopped here is deducted, so they know how long you're here for. Because sometimes, believe it or not, 1,300 plus miles, all the peninsula, a race can come down to seconds. Seems crazy, right? But it does, it happens. And so all of this is tracked, and it's all done through GPS as well. We know when a vehicle's stopped, we know how long it's stopped for. We can lock that in all pretty good. So when it comes to those sections and things like that, there is, they know, hey, time stops here. Get your stuff, get checkpoint, time starts here. And so that's what we're just going through right at the moment. So let me continue on as you guys are checking out Mark Post. I am still continuing to give you what I can here. It looks like the 2020 is off course, no, back on course. So Mark Post having a good time, waving to the crowd. All right, and then 36. I think here, it seems to me that I could be wrong, but I believe that Max Gordon is first on course in the UTV physically. Once again, not by time or anything, but from what I see here, trying to do 27 things at once, which is the job at hand. I believe that Max Gordon is first on course, and I also think that Robbie Gordon may be second, as we're on board with Max right now. But as I'm looking at our tracker, and I went through quite a few of the car numbers of seeing who's where and what, and UTV-wise, it seems to be as though he's the first one out there. And that is one of the old Ford Broncos. Really cool stuff. You're going into the turn right there. Almost kind of looks like, a lot like Big Ollie used to look like. Got some good racing here. Vehicles up on top of one another. I would have to imagine a push to pass. There it is. Got around him. Well done there. You know, the thing is, especially, you know, you want to, if you're racing, if you're down here in any race at all, any off-road race down here, and you're racing for an overall, I mean, not necessarily for class, but you have yourself an opportunity to be the fastest of everybody. Doesn't matter who you are, what class you're in, you, especially when you get down to the last few stages and you realize, oh, I might be able to win this whole thing. And everybody around you knows, oh, he might be able to win this whole thing. Then I can understand being a little more aggressive on, you know, letting people by and stuff. But this early in the race, and when you have lesser vehicles, I love to see someone hit push to pass and the next person get right out of the way. And just be a gentleman about it, be a good sport, and say, yeah, you run your race, I'll run mine. And step aside. And then as we get down the peninsula a bit further, maybe you'll get that person back down the road there. But early on in day one, especially in some of the slower classes where you know you can't win the overall, all you can do is race against the people in your class. Then, you know, just be smart about it. Get out of the way. And that's pretty much what we've seen all day so far today. A lot of good, intelligent racing there, and I can really appreciate that. So we're on board with Robbie Gordon right now. And just because it's interesting to see and I love watching it and to give myself a break, I'm just going to be quiet for a minute. We're going to just let that car eat. Listen to Robbie. So things seem to be going well in the Gordon camp. One of several, or I should say quite a few, speed UTVs out here. So that is very exciting. And you can see that drone shot high in the sky there. Very cool stuff. Look at him getting jostled around. And then the difference in between some of these slower sections that are really whooped out in the UTVs versus being in a unlimited truck are night and day. You see as far as how it is in the cab of the truck. Pretty wild stuff. So there's Mark Post. I don't know. I didn't ask him yesterday when we were talking. It looks to me like maybe, are we doing a navigator change? I'm not sure. I just seemed like there was a lot going on in there. It looks like maybe we are. Okay, so the truck's off. Let's listen to and see what they got to say. Let's learn some stuff here.
Where's Mark at? Okay.
All right, folks, I was just trying to listen in there as you were as well. And the reason we're doing this, a lot of times when I'm being told, hey, let's listen in, and I'm saying the same thing, is a couple reasons. And I think you can all appreciate this. A, is it's interesting to hear. It's cool to hear what the top teams are doing, what they're talking about. There are going to be times, I'm going to tell you right now, for the next couple of days, where maybe we might hear a few choice words that we didn't expect. But that's going to happen. But for the most part, we are listening to what I feel, or maybe our producer feels some interesting stuff, and it usually is. And at the same time, telling the story the best that we can. And we're going to learn together on a lot of this stuff. And then we can pass this knowledge on as the week goes on. and we'll store that up in the old memory bank and what we saw and what we heard. And it allows us to get together, you get the story out to all of you guys at home. So right now we are watching Randy Ludwig off the start here. So now we have vehicles that have, like posts that have made it onto, almost getting onto the third stage of the day here and getting ready to head towards San Felipe, running really well. And we have vehicles that have just left Ensenada and are still heading to the initial start line. So we are almost spread out throughout the entire course. By the time, if all continues to go well, and I don't want to jinx anyone, by the time Mark Post gets to the last and final finish line of today, being day 1 of 6, we will still have some vehicles that haven't taken the initial green flag yet. So that's how spread out they get across the whole section here and across the peninsula. As I'm looking here on our tracker, and again, I urge all of you, if you'd like, to go right online to our NORRA website. And on that NORRA website, you'll go to the NORRA 1000 rally information, click on it, and you'll have an opportunity to look at the itinerary. And it gets through, you can see the itinerary in all the different stages and the mileage. And we are through with our leaders, Sector 2, if you will, and that is with Mark Post. The first one, Sector 1, was 50 miles, 0.70. That's done for a lot of our leaders. Second was 46.90. That's done for Mark Post. And they are getting prepared to start up the last and final sector, and that is going to be 64 miles. It's the longest of the day. That'll bring them into San Felipe. That has not yet been started, and we know that because we're just seeing the Riviera Racing team just getting their stuff collected and get dialed in. Looks to me as though we're doing a driver change and a navigator change. And so hopefully we'll get that information. We'll be able to tell you who's in the vehicle next. And on the starting line, I've had an opportunity to do a lot of racing with Porsche Sprint Challenge North America and USA West. And along with a lot of other things throughout the world with these guys. Never did I expect until a few years ago to be having racing with Porsches out here in the desert, but they've been doing this now for quite a few years with us, and it is really, really impressive. So from running weekend-long Together Fest at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with Porsche, to doing all the other things I've done with these guys, to now racing with them off-road. It shows you all the different things that these cars can do. Now, of course, these are highly modified, but they got big power. They are really fast. We get into a dry lake bed or something like that. These Porsches can really eat. Short on wheel travel a bit compared to, any unlimited vehicles, but nonetheless, really, they're wild vehicles here. So that's right now is the first of, I believe, 2 Porsches off the line. And he gets around that turn, no problem. And of course, that Porsche tractor on that turn perfectly. As we see the dust flying for him. I was blown away years ago when these Porsches first started coming to NORRA. And just looking at the modifications. And Porsche is a very close-knit group. These guys, whether it's off-road or circuit racing or street road racing, a lot of these guys that do this, the Porsches, they know one another. They work with a lot of the same race teams that produce a lot of the different parts for them and things. A lot of teams, whether you're working with Porsche North America or Porsche Europe or Asia, and all these different guys, a lot of these parts are interchangeable, less in the off-road world, but everybody knows everybody in the Porsche world. As now we are on board seeing a little bit about what that experience is like. So both driving and navigating in that vehicle. Todd Romano looking good. Now this is the Todd Romano that I expected to see. He's going at a good clip. He's not beating the vehicle. He's watching his equipment. He's having a good run. Keep in mind, you know, he can't just look out the windshield. He's looking down and navigating the whole time. So he's bouncing back and forth. His eyes on the screen, out the windshield, on the screen, out the windshield, and still moving at a pretty respectable clip right there. And I think Todd's running at a pace, or if he can keep this pace up, by the time we get down to the last and final stage at Cabo, he's going to be looking pretty darn good. Now we back to the actual start line at Rancho Nelson. Oh, and there he is. Up from a quick cat nap earlier on. Getting ready to go. Another single-seater, Mac Johnson. We all know who I'm talking about. Mac ready to take his first actual green flag of our 2025 NORRA's Baja. And there he goes. Mac Johnson is off and running. Quite a character he is. Real nice guy. Just maybe, I don't know, a different bird from, say, the rest of us. You know, we all fly with our own flock, and he's kind of a, I don't know, I wouldn't say a lone wolf, but a lone bird maybe, perhaps. Mac Johnson out there getting it done. Put yourself a disservice, you need to. Follow along on Instagram, and you can see also Mac Johnson's daughter. She's been involved with helping out with, as she would say, some of our, you know, our media and things like that. No, she's a real Southern girl. And now we're on board with Brad Lovell in the 766 showroom stock late model. Beautiful vehicle. Short course Ford. And when I say Ford, so excited to have Ford on board with a partner this year, teaming up with us. And who better to help bring that team together, Brad Lovell, who has been working with Ford for so many years now and have put together such an amazing product. And they're going through a little speed zone here. And now up onto the highway as we hop back to Mac Johnson. Mac Johnson sending it. Probably almost dropped his cigarette off of that the way he hit it so hard. So there's a drone shot of the whole ranch there. That's where we came up to where qualifying was yesterday for the Speed UTV qualifying for all of our competitors. As we are currently on board with one of our Speed UTV drivers right now, Robbie Gordon, number 7. I'm going to hop back to our tracker as we're looking at that. Keep on chatting here and see just where Robbie is at. You see those gates they have to go through with the cattle gates. So the track really narrows up in those sections. So as far as I can see, It looks to me as though Max Gordon is still the first car, UTV-wise, on course. Robbie Gordon behind him, not that far. Roughly just over 1,000 meters behind his son, Max, who's in the lead, with the 980 behind him. In the 980, I believe. Let me double check. I'll start remembering numbers as we get along here. PJ Jones. So PJ Jones in P3. This is on course. Now we're on board with Max Gordon. I believe that he is physically our leader on course. So right now we're Mad Max Gordon out front. Robbie Gordon just over 1,000 meters behind him. And PJ Jones, roughly, a big jump on the screen right there, roughly about 2,500 meters behind Robbie Gordon in P3. There's a nice in-car of both Gordons, Max and Robbie together. Well, those cars really handle well. You see some of our race fans there, some of our locals hanging out, watching, enjoying it. We go back to Rancho Nelson. There's another one of, I believe it's another one of our single seaters there. Yes, it is. Another single-seater. That is a long ride out there. And it looks like we have all of our VWs as well. I think not far off, getting ready to hit it and get underway. And you see right now, getting through that section. And there is another one of the Porsches. I think that was the second one that was off the line right there. Really impressive cars. Out here racing in the desert. And as I said earlier on, you know, through the rough stuff, I wouldn't say they suffer, but that's not their strong point. But when those Porsches get into the slightly smoother, faster areas, they're real strong race cars. Really strong race cars. As we see everyone lined up now, a lot of the competitors here, I believe we are at start line number 2, I do believe. And the only reason I say that is just because of the vehicles I'm looking at. No. I'm wrong. We're still at the initial start at Rancho Nelson. So still quite a few cars yet to take the initial green flag and get their NORRA started underway here. Is the 414 of Tom Allen. Evolution Jeep Speed 3700. 2020 Wrangler. Really cool looking vehicle. Tom Allen just getting things started, being smart about it, nice and easy off the start. They are a really cool car. Easy to look at, I can tell you. That Jeep Wrangler 2020. Obviously quite modified. It's not what you'd see right off the showroom. But nonetheless, a super cool vehicle. I had an opportunity to check it out a little bit yesterday. I got out of the studio for a few. Was able to look at it, and they're just a fun vehicle to look at. And with any luck, maybe as we make our way down the peninsula, with any luck, we'll have an opportunity to get a close-up as well at Brad Lovell's Ford. Because out of all the vehicles here, you know, I love the Unlimiteds. I love some of the Speed UTVs, of course. But that Ford Performance vehicle, Brad Lovell's, is really, really cool. So we're going to take a moment here to stretch my legs for a quick second. It won't take long. Keep in mind, folks, don't go anywhere. We're staying live from you from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time every day. And this is just day number one. I'm Sean Cermony, bringing you all the action. Pam Hall, we're going to be going down to her at some point later today. But in the meantime, stay tuned in. Don't shut it off. Even if you can't listen to watch it all, just listen to it in the background. Keep on going. And I'm going to be back with you guys in just a few moments.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
right again. And it straightens it out. Great. Be a little left, right. A little right, left, right.
So pretty cool stuff. Sitting here listening to the navigator for the 207, Matt Cullen.
It's going to get twistier and tighter up here. Right, left, right.
And I'm just kind of letting you guys listen in to get a feel for what's going on for some of our front runners.
It's going to stay twisty. Right, left. Back right.
As you hear quite a bit of talking going on in there. There's a lot of different ways to do navigating, a lot of different styles and things. What I've always thought works best is, you know, having a good relationship with your navigator, someone that has, you basically just have to do it more and more and more and more together in order to have some success. And here is the 759. Now, if you've been following off-road for a while and you're a race fan, you just thought that was a pretty cool vehicle, because I know I did. Now we're on board here. I believe I know the voice. I believe that's PJ Jones, I think. I could be wrong. Yes, it is. I thought I heard his voice. As there is Jones looking good. I want to hear, let's compare two different classes. Let's compare Cullen's navigating to what PJ Jones is getting as a navigator.
In 1,248 feet, keep straight, follow wash. Keep straight, follow wash. In 1,237 feet, dip then left off wash.
All right, so I'm gonna check up here and go left. Right here, check up.
Dip
Harder
then
left,
left
harder
off
left.
wash.
Got it.
In 948 feet, keep right.
Keep right here.
Keep right.
So as
In
I was saying
548
earlier,
Yeah, keep right, keep right.
there are different styles of navigation. Couldn't have been a better example right there, from Cullen to the way the Jones team is doing it with PJ's performance.
Triple danger, it's gonna go right.
Triple danger ditch, then keep right. In 732 feet, moves.
So folks, when you hear something like triple danger, you'll hear danger. Could be a small G out, something like that. Then a triple danger be something where that section right there, you hit that wide open, you're going end over end, without a doubt. So when they have marked off as several, a double danger, triple danger, so on and so forth, they tell you that bad. And then there's extreme danger, and that's normally you want to come down to not far off of almost a stop to get yourself together, gathered up to go through that section. So, massive difference in navigational styles and ways of doing things. In between those two teams, PJ Jones has the NORRA information, but then plugged into ultimately into his ear that we're hearing, but then also has his navigator doing the same thing as a double. So it's a 2-for-1 for PJ Jones. Is on board right now with the 7069 of Glenn Kirby. Glenn Kirby moving right along pretty good here. I'm going to take an opportunity to go on with our navigation system online on our NORRA website, as you can do the same. And just see where we're at as far as continuing on with our leaders and such. All right, so as I'm looking now, and we're on board with Dave Sykes. Dave has been around with us for a while. This is not Dave's first rodeo. Dave Sykes has been racing NORRA with us in the vintage class for quite some time now, and can really put in quite a performance. And speaking of quite a performance, I believe Max Gordon is still up and going quite well here. But I have reason to believe that perhaps Robbie Gordon has fallen a little bit off the pace. I'm waiting to see here once we get dialed in a little bit. Let me do some homework for us here as we're still on board with Dave Sykes. We have Max still out front. Then we get into Hap Kellogg. So he is not, oh yeah, Hap Kellogg. So Hap Kellogg 721. He is now, Hap Kellogg is in P2. But he is in the Evolution Pro UTV class. So he is a UTV, so not in the same class as Max Gordon. So Max Gordon for the UTVs in his class, he is a front runner for UTVs overall as well. But the Fab School Pro R is in P2 overall for UTVs and is in P1, first place, on course. This is not by time, on course for the Evolution Pro UTV Class 10. Then that would bring us into the 136. Let me see where we're at here. So I'm looking on the tracker. It seems as though Robbie Gordon may have dropped off the pace, but I don't know if that's completely true or not. That's a Chedworth. So I'm coming down to a conclusion on my homework here. So we got Bronson in the 874. So I believe it looks to me as though, as we're on board right now with Jeremy Frazee, but it looks to me that on course, Max Gordon, UTV-wise I'm talking, just UTVs.
You got 10 minutes, you can roll up.
And so Max Gordon leading the UTVs.
That guy's going too early.
Hap Kellogg in P2 overall for UTVs and first in Class 10.
Well, yeah, he is going early. I was still thinking start time, but no.
And it looks like
That's another Morelio.
getting closer. Looks like Robbie Gordon has dropped back a bit. And then we get into PJ Jones as well. So, you know, what it may be is what it kind of seems like to me just going off our tracker here. Perhaps it opens up into a faster section because it seems that Max Gordon and the Fab School team, maybe got into a fast section, was able to check out a little bit, and Robbie hasn't got to that section yet, is what it seems like to me. And then PJ Jones as well. So they're inside the top 5. It's hard to say right now. There's a bunch of cars right on top of one another, and we're going to figure out what's going on with that here momentarily. So now we're back on board with what I believe is Max. No, Bronson. It's my bad. I'm sorry. I was just trying to go by the helmets. So that is Bronson in the 874 and his speed UTV Bandit. Max Gordon yesterday in qualifying had something to say about Bronson, and basically was just saying that you know, he's a heck of a driver, and he expects a lot of them out here in qualifying, and expects a lot of them out here in this NORRA. So Max Gordon kind of talking Bronson up a little bit, cheering him on, saying, "Hey man, the dude can wheel." All right, still digging along with Bronson, looking good and on course, well up into the top group of competitors here. Rough ride right there. You see the co-driver, or navigator, I should say, getting a little jostled around there, hanging on up by the screen. And then we are back to being on the last and final stage of the day. This is the longest stage of the day, and that is the Riviera team. With driver record being Mark Post. I don't know if Mark is still driving the truck or not. But nice and calm, mellow. Looking very good on board here with the Javier's Riviera Racing Team. One of the most high-profile teams in the history of off-road racing here in Baja. Listen to that truck really getting after it. The Mark Post team really doing well. Quite impressive. As both the Starstream team and NORRA TV team together, bringing you all kinds of great footage and action. And then we get into some of our bugs there. Unlimited trucks to the bugs. Couldn't be a bigger difference in vehicles and off-road racing. So getting down through this section here, this wash. It's got some ups and downs, some medium pace stuff going on right there, as he is still continuing to dig in this last area here. It's 64.60 miles. We know it started yet. Right now on the itinerary, it says has not started yet, but we know that it has. So that the first car is out and running. And that first car is the Riviera Javier's team of Mark Post. I'm going to take a look here.
Okay, whoops, 400 feet, right here, you're in it. Whoops, twisty. It's gonna get real twisty here. How's my volume? Good. Twisting back the other direction.
So you can see the pace that they're actually going, to speed. I've said this a couple times now that the camera doesn't always give it justice of the speed they're going. So he just gave them a warning that we're getting into whoops in 400 feet. It was only a couple seconds later, and they're like, we're here, we're in it. So 400 feet. Those of you from the U.S., You know that 400 feet, that's just a little bit bigger than a football field.
Either or, it says. I don't know what that means. You would could have went
And they
that way,
covered
yeah.
that amount of room very quickly and we're into those whoops. So it seems like, oh yeah, they're going pretty good here, but they are flying. And it's the Jeremy Frazee team looking very good. All right, so it looks as though Max Gordon still looking good, running out front with a couple other speed cars behind him. The Fab car hot on his tail as well. Fab car in a Class 10, speed UTV and a regular UTV, but nonetheless, they are technically UTVs. Got the push to pass there. That worked, got on by him. And it looks as though Robbie Gordon is on the side of the course. We don't, however, have safe. Nobody's hurt. No problems there. But what I don't know is exactly what's going on with Robbie Gordon. All right, so now we're out here getting some action with the bugs. Some of these VWs. That's a long NORRA right there. All right, so now we're just trying to see who we're on with right now, getting ready to take off. We've been getting some great coverage from you. Sorry, I got a little bit quiet there. I've got people sending me information, some of it really good, some of it not necessary, in all different forms, and I'm just kind of filtering through what's needed and what isn't. All right, so we are now up getting a drone shot. Off into the distance as we are still carrying on. And now we're back on board again, getting jostled around pretty hard. Back on with Bronson. Bronson Cheramont. Showing just a little bit of how violent it could be inside that car. Great run for him so far. Well inside the top 5 overall for the UTVs. Right now we know Max Gordon is still out in front. We know the Fab School car in a Class 10 is right behind him and possibly fighting for that overall position. Both first in class by definition. And we got on board with Bronson Cheramont. We know Bronson is well up there in the top 5. We know that Robbie Gordon not long ago was off to the side of the course. I'm checking in on him again right now. Give you an update. And now we are on Helco. Brad Helco, another speed UTV. Looking pretty good, nice and calm, collected. Helco looking good. Now we're on the road here. This is considered a speed road. We're on the highway here. I believe we're maxed out at about 60. And I believe you just heard of woof, John Brindle. Just having a snack, cruising along. Not a bad day. Taking a look at everything here, and keep in mind, I know we've talked to him earlier, but this is Safari class. If you want to listen to your tunes, maybe have a snack, just wear a lap belt, not a helmet, we got a class for you, and it's right here. Just down here having a good time. One of the locals having fun. So now we are back in one of our regular race vehicle classes, not the Safari. On board with Max Gordon. And if we're on board with Max Gordon right here, then that tells me, let me update my tracker. Okay, so I'm looking at Max Gordon right now and seeing just where exactly he is in the rest of the crew. He's obviously on the highway. So it must just be a small section. Right here, and he's still got the 721 very close behind him. Yeah, so Hab Kellogg is not far behind him in the Class 10. Now we're back on board with the Mark Post Riviera Racing Team. Just starting to lose the audio a little bit there, but we're about to switch over to a family affair. Oh, there we go. Tell you, that truck is just working so well. Keep in mind, it wasn't that long ago where I think they had a pretty major get-off with this truck. Had major repairs, but they're back at it again. Here we are. 400, that is Art. And the three of them are bringing Art's ashes all the way down the peninsula as a family affair. So they got the Navigator with their buddy also in the back seat as well. Three of them cruising along. Not a bad way to spend a week down here in Baja. All right, now double checking to see where we're at here with our leaders. Checking everything out. It's mind-blowing the gap that the Riviera team has pulled on the rest of the pack here, but really impressive what those guys have done. As we are High in the sky, looking for some action here. That means that we are starting to get kind of spread out across stage 1 here today. Back on board with Post. All right, so what I'm taking a look at here, Post has got to be about close to halfway down, pointing off to something out here, doing a right to the left, but this is a fast section right here. If you can tune in and see what kind of speed we're getting here off the navigation system, they had a very fast section right there. So it looks like here, I was just taking a look, we believe this should be second place here in the 8:55, which makes sense. That's what I just got to on my tracker, as well as our Starlink crew put it up on the screen as well and said, hey, Sean, heads up, I got something for you. Tim Kunch looking good in that historic truck and truggy combo. There's Tim Kunch. And he is right now about 5'10", about, wow, 15, pushing 20 kilometers behind our leader, Mark Post. But nonetheless, he's also about a 5 or 10 kilometers ahead of third place. So Tim Kunch having a great run. Mark Post having an excellent run. Kunch having a great run. Let me continue to get into more of the details here now that we're getting that all dialed in. And the reason I was a little confused is just the amount of asphalt that we saw Max Gordon on earlier, so early on, but I'm thinking he's down course considerably farther than we expected. He's really on the gas, as is Mark Post. All right, so now continuing on with the homework here. Mark Post out front overall and by unlimited. Hap Kellogg looking good in the 721. I'm now looking as well to get more detail on where exactly is Max Gordon. Right now, Mark Post just on the gas, really getting after it. So the Riviera team getting the job done. Right now, it's only been day one of UTV, day one of this race, and the whole UTV class has just been an emotional roller coaster, to say the least. So right now we've had our fast qualifier and our early race leader is out for at least for now, probably for the day. Could be for the whole NORRA, we don't know yet. No injuries, everybody's fine. Max Gordon in the lead for the majority of the time. And now, suddenly, unless things have changed in just the last few minutes, I can't seem to find Max on the tracker. So there so far, and I'm going to get you as much as I can here, continue to give you the details, but it has been, UTV-wise, has been quite the ups and downs for several of these teams and classes. As right now I'm looking at an onboard next to the motorhome here. See, that is Max Gordon. This is all making sense now of why I can't find him. I'm curious if we have any sound on the camera for Max's. Because if anybody can fix it, that man right there, Steve Kendall, can get it fixed. And as you can tell, he also speaks sign language. So very impressive stuff. So there we go. Back out into the desert there. Looking at that shot of Steve Kendall trying to get whatever it is that he needs to get Max dialed in, because it looks like Max is having some trouble. And if Kendall can't get it done, I don't know who can.
Keep left.
Jeremy Frazee.
300 feet, right here. Check. Is this the pine forest? I think this is, yeah, it's gotta be.
All right, so some good navigation there, and that also explains to you the whole thing of, not racing through certain areas. These guys have to say, hey, we're supposed to be in a pine forest. Is this it? Are we in it? And the driver says it must be. It's got to be. So that's a cool example and proof that these guys, and a lot of them, most everyone, has never been in some of these areas that NORRA offers. And so it's a whole new experience for everybody, and I really feel that certainly helps equal out the playing field.
Good job. Okay. Keep left 300 feet. Check. Keep left, sharper left up here, and then straightens out after this. Narrow cattle guard, 300 feet. Check.
It seems to me that those guys, they got a pretty good navigation system now. Their navigator's doing a good job. The driver, on occasion, is talking back. I love it when they give something serious, and cattle guard's a pretty serious one to talk about. Excuse me, when they give something serious, you say, hey, cattle guard, 300 feet, this and that, and the driver says, check. That way it's not a matter of, did you hear me? Are you listening to me? Because sometimes that comes up. And anyone that's been racing, any form of racing with a navigator, there's been times where can you, and if you have a silent driver, a lot of times that's what needs to happen. Just concentrate on what you're doing. But if you never hit it, once in a while you got to give them a, can you hear me? Or maybe the driver doesn't do what you said was coming up, and you're like, are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Are you even paying attention to me? And then it can get worse than that. And at times when it gets in that, sometimes, but I like their system of saying something and something of importance, like a cattle guard, and that happened twice there, and the driver saying, check. The driver's not losing concentration. Can still keep its eyes on the road. No need for a conversation. Just a simple check. And I like that. So here we are. Franz Muir. They are in the Evolution Class 11. 99 B-Dub. So it looks as though navigationally they may have chosen a different style, but they're making it work. Bringing her back around again. And then that is undoubtedly Mason Jr. right there. Look at that car working through that rough section, through the whoops. Wow, it sounds awesome. So I'm taking a look now that we're on board with Mason. Let's see exactly where we're at here with him. So posts, mark posts way out front. Way. Mason in the 165. So right now, we got a long race to go. But for just one stage, if everything stays just the way it is, and anything can happen down here, anything. Going in, if we were to throw a checkered flag right now, and everyone stayed the distances that they are apart from one another, as far as the overall goes, and that's all that Dave Mason Jr. cares about, you know, being, you know, winning the Evolution Unlimited buggy, yeah, whatever. He just wants an overall. That's all that matters. And so for that being the case, if they stop right now, boy, going into day 2, this gap is pretty massive. It's a big gap to put on some other teams, from posts to dropping back to, I think, maybe 3rd place right now, I think, with Mason. That's a big jump, man. So this has been a very phenomenal run for the Riviera team. Dave Mason, staying nice and calm. Now we're on with Austin Satter, Evolution Production Turbo UTV. Austin Satter in the 7069. Austin moving along at a pretty darn good clip right there, Austin. And we can hear their navigator a little bit too. I always enjoy that. I like being able to hear in on the navigation. Certainly adds to the story of how things are going. I'm just trying to listen in there, but they're a little quiet, a little hard to hear them. But nonetheless, a lot of talking going on in the cab of that vehicle. And Austin Satter in the 7069 seems like he's having a good run, nice and smooth, and they're moving along at a pretty respectable clip.
You can just have a look at the corners.
Yep.
So it's running now.
Yeah, it always does that while I'm pulling data.
Yep.
So there we are. There we are
It's
on
like
board with
turning
level.
on and off every 3 seconds.
Yeah, I heard it. It's not pretty yet.
When we pulled in, you heard it?
No, I heard
So-
it over the street. That was like back when you guys were back there.
So they said they heard something, the crew guys could hear something with the truck over the live stream. Now,
That's
I'm
what it's
mechanical,
doing.
but I'm not mechanically inclined the way some of these guys are. I mean, these guys, and you guys know, I mean, the majority of you that race up and down the Baja here, there's nothing you guys can't build, fix, or manufacture, or fab. And I'm not that guy. You know, I know what's up, but I don't know what you know. And so for them to listen to the live stream and say, hey, I hear something wrong on the live stream, that's pretty impressive. Meanwhile, cruising along. It's Art and the boys having themselves a nice day. bring in Art's dad down the peninsula. Look at him, waving everyone. So all in all, they're having a pretty enjoyable day. Open face helmet on, smiles.
Right. Said, stay white.
Yes, I know.
I'm like, I can't get any whiter.
So these guys joking around with one another.
Right. While you were doing it with fun.
And already kind of getting after each other a little bit. And for these guys, smiles all the way. And as I've told you guys several times throughout the morning, you can come participate in any form you want, just like this, and go on a bit of a budget. Now, this is not a real cheap vehicle by any means, but a bit of a budget. Come on down. You can do it with a UTV, or if you got some extra cash floating around, call me up and me and you can do it in your trophy truck. Happy to do it with you, or in your unlimited truck. Let me know. You know, me and you, we'll just hit the road in your unlimited truck. Just tell me what seat to be in. We'll be all set. All right, moving right along here. These guys having an awful lot of fun, having a good time, and I hear him joking, so you just hear him going, right, and he wasn't getting far enough right. He said, no, right, kind of got after a little bit, and he says to him, he goes, I thought we were just doing this for fun. So they're just kind of joking around, messing with each other a bit. I will tell you, though, that sometimes being in a happy medium vehicle, like if you're in a fast vehicle, it's not a problem. If you're in a really slow vehicle, it's not a problem. When you're in kind of a medium rig where you're going fast enough where it kind of hurts sometimes, but not fast enough to be a competitor, really, you know, it can get frustrating pretty quick. Sometimes it gets really hot in there. Things start going wrong, and maybe it's not the best ever day of your life. But then you think about it, and you could be home hanging drywall or something. So, yeah. Then it's all of a sudden it seems to be a lot better. And here we are, Jeremy Frazee, the number 185 on the gas.
Yep, sweeper. Sweeper, cautious, sweep left over crest to right, 300 feet. Sweep left over crest to the right, yep, there it is. Cattle guard, 300 feet. Straight out of here.
I do like their navigation. So Jeremy Frazee's navigator, I don't know who it is, I'll have to look it up and see. But that is no doubt in my mind, he's done a lot of this. Yes, this is the NORRA rally, I get that, but very rally-esque of the way he's calling, making his calls. Very professional, very clear, super focused, and that's huge. All right, I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm hearing here. I believe this is Robbie Gordon. Oh, Bronson. Okay, I'm trying to hear in my ear who it is. So Bronson, Cheerleman, just left the pit. So he's having a very good run. So let's do a little of this here, a little more homework time, folks. Bear with me. Getting back to our UTV battle. Starting to clear up here. So looks to me as though Robbie Gordon's up and moving again. And here is that Jackal. Really good cars. Tom Allen in his Evolution. Jeep Speed 3700. And I believe that was the Cowbell Racing vehicle that just went by, but none other than Mike Honcho behind the wheel. So now we are back at the next start line for John LaHoff, ready to go. And now we're back on board with the 207. Looking very racy right off the bat. And that would be Matt Cullen. We were on board with Matt Cullen earlier, 207, working very well. Here's one Speed UTV leaving the line. Speed UTV, a big partner of the 2025 Norra's Baja and beyond, is going to be with us for a long time, so very exciting. All right, so we are well out into the desert now. We are spread out from just outside San Felipe all the way up to just outside Ensenada, spread all the way across the board. All right, so there is the 207. They've been digging real well all day long today. Very good race for those two gentlemen. We just listen, different style of navigation, but it seems to be working. So they're having a great run. Then we have an opportunity to get another look at this vehicle here. Cool looking truck. Love the profile of that thing. Now we are showing a different angle for these guys here. This is Franz Muir in the Evolution Class 11. It's a 1969 V-dub. And they seem to be moving along pretty good there. See Fab School involved with a lot of these guys with the V-dubs and things. Those older vehicles, they need a lot of fabbing. That's where Fab School comes in. It's amazing how long ago this morning that we saw the Mark Post Riviera truck go through that section right there. That was quite some time ago. Big on the gas. And let's see, it looks like maybe we may have an issue here. I'm going to listen. Give me some quiet and listen and see if we can figure out what these boys got going on here.
They probably can't hear us because we don't have the fucking good antenna.
You guys okay?
Text him.
Yeah, if you can copy, we are okay. We just had a throttle cable came off. We fixed it. Yeah, I'm sure they can't hear because the fucking range sucks on that thing.
Well, yeah, lost their throttle cable. I just heard it from Potty Mouth himself. As they got that fixed and they're up and running again. So no problem. They got the handle, but as they're saying, what he meant to say was, in layman's terms, was he's not excited about the antenna that they purchased. And then maybe down the road, they'll get one that's more acceptable, is what he was basically saying. And then he could talk to his crew. Because his crew, they can hear the crew, but the crew can't hear him. So that was just a quick way of saying, I don't like our throttle, or I don't like our antenna, and I want to have a better one. So moving right along, there is wow, really running good there. Is it Zach Langley, I believe it is, in the cop's vehicle. And now we're on board with Mark Post, who has been nothing shy of perfect all day long today. For those of you at home that are following along on the tracker, you can physically see on the map the distance, oh my goodness, that Mark Post and the Riviera Racing Javier's Restaurants team has put in between themselves in second place. This is not exact, but we're talking like maybe even pushing 25 kilometers. That's huge. That's, I wouldn't say it's unheard of, but it is huge and not far away and about the same distance away from the finish line as well. That's the final finish line of the day. Now, back on board with the vehicle that will be driven tomorrow by UFC champion Cowboy Cerrone. Right now it is John LaHoff behind the wheel in the 214. These guys moving along pretty good. We saw them earlier on in the day, and it seemed, and I mean, I'm saying this nicely, it seemed like they're a little off the pace. Now, that could have been a combination of many things. Maybe it was a different driver at the time. Maybe they were just feeling it out. Maybe that section of the track just wasn't for them. But the positive thing is that they had no problem moving to the side and letting a few competitors by and doing it safely. And now they're back, and they look like they're running up to speed. So I don't know exactly what was going on this morning because now they're moving along real good. But what I do know is that they handled themselves like true professionals earlier today and did the right thing. And God bless them for that. All right, now we're going to start seeing some different shots out here in the desert as we start to go farther south. Not all by any means, but a lot of the racing out here in, say, the last, good handful, a couple of handfuls of years. The majority of it on that side of the peninsula doesn't go crazy amount farther south than San Felipe. It does, a couple hundred, but not all the way down. And so the landscapes that we're going to start seeing over the next few days are huge, especially when we get to Loretto and beyond. That's areas that don't get raced as much by any means, and it's really beautiful. But already off the bat, just from Ensenada to what we're starting to see now and closer to the finish, it's a lot different, and it's really, really cool stuff. So right now, great shot right here is the course starting to get one that ran out a little bit. And Joris hit in the 8733 is in full effect here. We saw them get quite jostled around in the truck or in the vehicle earlier on today. So far, right now, that has changed, and they are on a much smoother portion of the road, but they look a couple bobbleheads about an hour and a half ago, but right now they are looking super duper dialed in. Definitely not afraid of the loud pedal. As you see him here having a good run. Joris hit. Quite competitive today in his Evolution Production Turbo UTV. And it looks like we are now on with Max Gordon. Helmets are on. See if we got any sound to his camera. I don't think that we do. I can tell our technicians are trying to get in the best they can. So no audio over Max Gordon. But it seems as though if we see him moving, I don't see anybody working on it right now, but I don't know what they're sitting around. Now the car is moving. They're talking to each other. Pulling out of the pit area. Audio is back. So it looks like Steve Kendall and the crew got the vehicle fixed and up and running again. Checking into their logbook. Got the thumbs up. Now, what I'm curious about, and I won't know this for a bit yet, but we'll figure it out, is that whatever it is that was going on with Max and the team there, that slowed him down a little bit, was that done in between stages there, or in between checkpoints where it's not going to affect his time? So he may, and I don't know. I'm talking to myself, everyone at home, and I'm talking to you guys too. Is it a matter of what he just went through, and we don't know exactly what that is? We do know that we saw Steve Kendall there, one of the top guys with Speed UTV. He's been around a long time, and he's Robbie Gordon's best friend since the Sandbox. And he also, I will say, Steve Kendall comes from mini bike fame back in the day, in the day of the 80s and things, as he was a mini bike pro in Southern California when pros were pros and boys were men. But I'm curious if whatever it was that they dealt with that car, if it was done when the clock wasn't ticking, and it's very possible that it was. So we may still be seeing an amazing day one out of Max Gordon right now. Or we may not. Time's going to tell, and we're not going to know that, I think, till the end of the day. I can tell you that he is hammering right now. Yeah, we're talking just standing on the loud pedal, right to the wood. And they are moving out. And that is the only thing that I expect out of Mad Max Gordon. That was a little gnarly right there. So now we have Max Gordon and Glenn Kirkby, both of them. Both at speed. Max just absolutely flying. So still on board with both of these competitors. Looking good. I was about to say Max trying to make up time, but I don't know if he's trying to make up time. He may not need to be. He may have dealt with all of that. He may have been dealing with all of that off the clock by the way he came back on again. Smart about the way he was running the car through that section, though. You can tell he wasn't wide open right there. He knew it was rough, keeping the car together. But I guess at even a young age like Max, when you literally grew up here in Baja and around racetracks around the world, I know, since he's about 4 years old or stuff, he's been traveling everywhere with us. He's just smart. He knows racing. He knows what to do. So right now, being very smart about the way he's driving through these sections here. We will have to get all the corrected times later on in the day. I do believe, and don't hold me to it, but for those that you want to get to the website and check out times for the day and starting order for tomorrow, I believe that will all be posted by 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight and every night throughout the race. So if you want to check back and see where your husband, your wife, your son, your daughter, your friend, your buddy is starting and what their time was, you can figure that out when it's over and done with, because this is done by time. It's a rally. And so just because someone is further back behind more vehicles does not mean that they're not having an excellent race. But I will say, for someone that's running this far up front, like this guy is, just absolutely perfect. I mean, just picture perfect all day so far. And I do know that, I don't know if she's going to get there in time because these guys are going so darn fast. I do know that Pam Hall is trying to make her way to the finish line. I don't know if she'll be there in time for the Riviera team to get across the finish line. I hope she is. So on board now with Trevor Glidden, Evolution Heavy Metals. You see Trevor in this truck I believe it was the same truck many times in the past. Trevor looking really good. Now we're coming up to, which vehicle is that we're looking at? Oh, we just changed it around right there. Look at that thing. What a gnarly truck. How rad is that? Then there's the 916 as well. And then back to Trevor Glidden. Right on board here, Trevor Glidden. Got our leaders heading to the finish line already. Another UTV coming through this very rough section. And in that awesome Shelby Hall Bronco, my good buddy Brady Mellon driving that vehicle. Brady Mellon in that awesome Ford Shelby Hall Bronco. Brady Mellon, he's been around for a long time. Raced a lot of trucks, great dude. He's been involved with some of our races, stadium races with Stadium Super Trucks from Costa Mesa, Lake Elsinore, and different places. Up at the LA Coliseum with us as well. He raced with us down in San Diego at Qualcomm Stadium before that was imploded. And now we're back on board with Mark Post. So now we're back on board with Dave Mason Jr. Looks like Mason looking good, getting himself into some dust. That's a good sign. Chasing down some cars in front of him. Dave Mason, he's someone that I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I'm looking for him to be moving his way up to the front throughout this whole deal. Right now, he's got to have his eyes set on the leader, Mark Post. But Mason Jr. and Post, they've seen each other before. They've raced against many times. They've beaten one another. Both very competitive racers. You see a cool shot of that truck digging through the Mexican desert there. Those you just tuning in, I know what you're tuning in for because that's why you're doing it, but this is the 2025 NORRA Baja. Day number 1 of 6 days of racing here. We start off in Ensenada. We are making our way down to beautiful San Felipe. My name's Sean Sermon to get in the action, hopefully at the finish line, but if not, throughout the rest of the week, she's going to be getting us a lot of great information. That's going to be my co-host, Pam Hall, and you're on board with the 165 of Dave Mason Jr. He's chasing down a couple front runners right in front of him. I believe he's sitting on the course itself, not by time necessarily, but on the course right now. I think he's in the top 3 or 4. Mark Post in the Riviera team way out in front, probably quite close. And when I say probably, I'm saying he's only about probably 25 kilometers away from the finish line in San Felipe. That'd be finish line number 1. He has been textbook so far today. Just absolutely putting it to him. 8:29 is the car that is physically in second place right now of Bob Briggs. Bob Briggs and his historic truck buggy. He's got his eyes set on Briggs right now. Tom Allen in the 414. Having a nice smooth day so far. But right now the best battle one of the best battles we were seeing was the 8:29 of Bob Briggs. And if I don't know if we can or not, but if we're lucky enough to get to Dave Mason is on top of Bob Briggs right now. He was in his dust. It looks like by the tracker, he should have about caught him. And that is the race for second overall right there. So I thought he was a little closer to him, but he is. He's gaining big ground. In the last, say, 15 minutes, it seems like he's gained probably half a kilometer on him as far as our tracking system goes. So that is a very close race. And I'm talking yeah, Dave Mason right now is actually, so that dust is just kind of set. It must not be too windy right there. Because we are probably separating about a kilometer separates second and third place on course, a physical kilometer. So it must not be too windy if that dust is still kind of sitting around right there. Behind them, we get into the 282. And that 282 sitting in 4th place right now of Kevin Miller, having a great run. Kevin Miller's being chased by the 855, which is not far behind him. The 855 is currently, I believe, being piloted by Tim Kunch. So Kunch having a nice run as well. It seems to me, and I'm everybody has had a little something. I'm not talking anything major, but a little something here and there. And there is one of our classic vehicles right there. We saw him off the line earlier on. If I remembered, I believe that's, don't hold me to it, I think that was a 1989 make from back in the day, but still running quite well. Now here we are with Mark Post. Tell you, that truck can't be too hungry. Now we're back on board with the UTV with Max Gordon at a 77. I would say no matter what, Max has had a pretty good day for a day one. How good it's been, I'm not sure, because we do know that he was kind of MIA for a little bit, but I have a feeling that most of that may have been, well, the clock was stopped. If it wasn't, then he's got a ways to, then, he's got some ground to make up on some of our leaders. But way he's doing really well. And then, of course, then there's Todd Romano, his Speed UTV teammate. But Todd Romano is an Ironman, full on. He's driving the whole thing alone with nobody else. And Todd is running quite well. Let's see if I can find out just where Todd is in the 1833. So we do know Robbie Gordon is up moving again. So that's good news. And then I'm looking for the 1833 here on our tracker. Trying to lock him in. Okay, I got an eye on Todd Romano. Not just on the screen that you're watching, but elsewhere. And I tell you what, in the big scheme of things, not bad. He's doing great. He's almost halfway through. Almost halfway through the last and final stage, or sector of stage one today of day one, by himself. And we know, and I called out earlier, not all the time, but ultimately going a slightly slower pace than everyone else because he's a very busy man in there, navigating and driving. And that's not a simple task, but I think he's handling it like a champion right now. So he's doing all right. Todd Romano, very impressive run. He is also business partners with Robbie Gordon with the Speed UTV. And also a great guy because he's from New England just like me. He's from Connecticut, and I'm from right up the street, Massachusetts. We grew up not very far from one another. And then we crossed the country. We're both here in the Mexican desert together. Very cool stuff. So now still digging along. Todd Romano by himself, all by him lonesome out there. Just doing what he loves to do. He calls this his alone time. Todd digging pretty hard right here. I've said there are some areas where he's not going to be going as fast. Well, you know what? I should throw in there that there's going to be some areas where he is. And he was absolutely flying through that section. Look at Max Gordon, his co-driver, hammering. Just two young men on a mission right there. Just really, really getting after it. So Max Gordon looking good. Just really flying through that section. And Todd Romano as well. As both those Speed UTVs having a good day today. Robbie Gordon back on track. I don't know exactly where or what the issue was that he had. I don't even know if it was an issue with the car. It may have been something else. But I know he's back on track and running well again. So there we are. Romano, Gordon. Two different portions of the track. They are right now probably 100 kilometers away from one another. Well, not 100 kilometers, but a good distance, a very good distance from one another. All right. Sorry, just having a little giggle here with Sebastian here in the studio here. We're just kind of having a good time with it. So we are now continuing along. Looks like we are with Mark Post and the Riviera team. They're back on the pavement, and that pavement is the last and final portion of the show for them to make it to the last finish line, or say the first actual finish line, last checkpoint of day one. And man, everybody went to school today because, boy, they put it to them. Really, really impressive what the Javier's Riviera team was able to do in that truck today. Just wow. We're hoping to be able to have an opportunity to speak with them. I don't know if we're going to get that or not, but I do know that we have an amazing team this year for the broadcast. And if it's possible to make it happen, we're going to do it. And you can see them pointing out they're getting right down to the nitty-gritty. And there is our official checkered pants girls. And they are ready for Mark Post to get there. Now Post off the highway, back on for a little bit more of racing section. So they are really, really close to getting down to the very end of this. I'm talking they are about to be pulling into the finish line here any moment. I believe that's the water out there, or what did they just do? They just stop? Uh-oh, a little bit of argument in the car. Not sure of where they should go. All of a sudden, confusion sets in. Arguing a little bit, but they're digging. And there they go. They got it. A little wound up with 80 yards to go. But folks, coming to the finish line right now as the Paxton girls have the checkered flags high in the air. It is the Riviera Javier team. Driver of record being Mark Post. And boy, they took them to school today. Absolute dominating fashion. That was just a good old-fashioned whooping right there is what happened. So kudos to you, my friend. Mark Post and team. I don't know who else we have. I would imagine Ed Herbst. I believe you're there. I know exactly everybody else that is involved with the team because I wasn't in this year. But I'm very confident that Mark and Ed are two of the key components of this sweet, sweet victory for day number one. Couldn't have done it any better. Just picture perfect. So now that they're getting their helmets off, I'm just staying quiet, see if we can hear a little bit of their conversation. So not Ed Herbst, but definitely, I thought I heard Mark's voice. But I'm going to be quiet here and see if we can hear a little bit of something. right, so there you have it. Mark Post, he's here in the Riviera truck. And I tell you what, I hope everybody else other than Mark Post had a pen and a piece of paper and wrote down some notes, because he just took them to school. Good news for everyone else is we have 5 more days of racing. So it is not even close to over yet. The race is anyone's to win still. Literally, with just day 1, anybody can win this thing. You know, anything can happen. So really wild stuff, but I can tell you we've got a lot of racing yet to go before second place makes it there, because they just really went to town on everyone. Now, you may think that that might be a piece of a hula skirt that maybe someone left in there, but it's not. That is telling me that they got off the beaten path a little bit at one point or another, to say the least, and brought in a little bit of debris with them, a little debris inside the car. Matt Cullen in the 207. Right now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is 6th on course. Mark Post is 1st. We should be seeing the 829 coming up relatively soon. When I say relatively, we're probably in about 15 minutes or so. Bob Briggs should be crossing the finish line. And then we get into the 282 behind Bob. And that will be Kevin Miller in his TT spec. And, oh no, Mason stopped. Now they're up and going again. All right, back on it again. I don't know how long he was stopped for, but he was. But is still 1, 2, 3. You can hear him, the navigating, yelling, doing a little bit of yelling there. Still sitting in 4th so far on course, from what I can understand here. I don't know how long they were stopped there, but they did not lose a position. Yes, they did. I think they may have. Let me double check. Yeah, I don't know how long they were stopped for. I think they might have been there a little longer than we had hoped. But I can only go off of what we see on our live tracker. And that changes every few seconds. It's not real time necessarily. But what I can promise you is that we're doing our best, and I think we're doing pretty good. Get you to the news here this year. And it's just going to keep getting better as we hop back on board. I'm just going to go by the way the heads are bobbling. Mad Max Gordon, because he's just dropping the hammer. Mad Max looking good. The nice, easy sounds of Mad Max not chopping the throttle, just holding her wide. And then next to him, not physically, but in camera, we've got the dash cam of Dave Mason. Both of them in their respective classes are both racing to win the overall. Technically, as far as horsepower, wheel travel, all that stuff, they are nowhere near one another. But we do know, and I've talked about it before, is that there's the super fast sections. Dave Mason, you know, is going to pull on Max Gordon. The really tight stuff, Max Gordon's going to pull on Dave Mason, and we have a lot of both. So these two guys nowhere near one another as far as the type of vehicle, the horsepower, the wheel travel, the way they handle, but nonetheless, they are racing each other. It may be unspoken, but they are, and they both want to win the overall. And they're capable of doing so. So there we are. I'll just switch it up a little bit, see who we got out there in the desert. Keep in mind, there's only one car across the finish line so far. Everyone else is still battling for position. The 829 getting much closer to the finish line, not far out now. You can see a lot of people have used up a lot of ground right there. There's John LaHoff. John LaHoff moving over to let, to let a rancher in his truck and cow trailer go the other way. Where is LaHoff going right now? He just parked it. I think that probably threw him off a little bit. Said, why was there a truck and trailer, a rancher going the other way? Am I where I'm supposed to be? So we caught that at a perfect time. That was pretty interesting, and maybe we can try to figure out what went on right there. Possibly had a rancher on course. It's happened before. Possibly they're off course, and they're not where they should be. It's hard to tell, but they're trying to figure out the program here. Either way, once again, these guys don't freak out. Same thing. You know, we had competitors, faster competitors behind them earlier today. They did the right thing, let them on by, nice and safe. Looks like they are still working out those details. They seem relatively confident in what it is that they're doing now. Digging along pretty good. Hear him chopping the throttle just a little bit. I feel as though they're back where they need to be. Or they're about to be. But I'll tell you, these in-car cameras are the cat's meow so far. We've got a lot of great stuff on them. We've been lucky enough to have the right timing, which is literally just luck to hop to them and then have something happen like we saw there. All right, on board with both Max and Robbie, both of them up and going again. No big surprise there. These guys don't have any quit in them no matter what. There's a couple little minor things today, and you got the Speed UTVs back up and running again. And both these two gentlemen, young and old, are here to also win the overall. These guys are here in their UTVs to beat Mark Post, to beat Dave Mason, to beat Bob Briggs, and everyone else. And it's so early in the race that, yes, they certainly can still do that. A lot of time to make up on Mark Post. That was what he's done today. Outrageous, and I can't say it enough. Just outrageous what he's done, and I mean that in a positive manner. But anything can happen yet. So Robbie Gordon right there in the 7, he's here to win the overall, and he can still make that happen. We got 5 more days left. Robbie Gordon looking very good. Really let her eat. Holy cow. So I've had the opportunity to spend some time, and not even in recent years, not in the last couple of years. I have not been in any of the new Speed UTVs. I will. I'm going to. Robbie doesn't know that yet, but we're going to talk about it, and he'll make it happen because he's my buddy and he does cool stuff for me. So I can tell you, though, that a couple of years ago we were down here at one of the Baja races, and it was myself and Matt Brabham, grandson of 3-time Formula One champion Sir Jack Brabham, and we got to spend a lot of time out here in Speed and pre-running for a couple of weeks and doing things, and it was crazy at that time, a couple of years back, how fast the cars were and how well they worked. And I know the technology has changed tenfold since then, and to just see the speed that Robbie Gordon was just carrying was yeah, mind-boggling, if you will. Not mind-boggling, mind-boggling. But really impressive stuff. As we see at the finish line there, we have Riley and Sherry Paxton ready to go, and of course Ginger as well. Look at him, just digging. Dropping the hammer. Now we're back to Dave Mason Jr. Mason looking good. So far, we know Dave Mason had a small problem there, maybe more than one. We know that Robbie and Max did. All 3 of those cars, small problems, nothing major, especially in a 6-day long race. Other than that, the couple front runners, other than Mark Post, a couple of these guys, nothing, but we've seen at least in, say, the top 12 overall, at least half of them have had a little something go on somewhere. Dave Mason with another navigation problem, off course. Also, Dave Mason getting a little bit off course. And now to the finish line. I believe that's going to be Kevin Miller in the 282 at the first finish line of the 2025 NORRA's Baja. And there is Sherry and Riley Paxton and Ginger, our new checkered pants girls without the checkers this year. Kind of throws it off a little bit. All right, now we're back on board with, I'm trying to figure out whom. I do believe that's Robbie. Yes, it is. I'm not sure who's doing the navigating for Robbie. So on the road here, got a good section to go, and then he gets back on course again. So right now, looking good. Still a lot of race left to go. Normally, I would say there's nothing to worry about yet. It's just I'm still so blown away about the whooping Mark Post put on anybody. I mean, he's got... Now, granted, I don't have the times. Keep that in mind. I don't even have a stopwatch in my hand, and if I did, it wouldn't do me any good. But I'm just saying physically, and unless there's no penalties or anything like that, physically, the Riviera team just put a whooping. I mean, a whooping on everybody for day one. And that's a lot of time to make up. A lot of time. But we also have a lot of racing to go here as we're on board with Brad Helko.
In 1,130 feet, follow Wash.
Well, when you hear Siri talking to you, you know it's PJ Jones.
That's follow Wash. To the right. Course to the right. We're on. ¿Cómo se ve ahí, Sebas?
All right, our third vehicle across the line now. Kind of take a look here. I think that's the 855, I believe.
Lo que tenemos que hacer es ajusta tu boca. Es meterse eso, vamos al carro. Pero es que no. Te vayan a escuchar.
Oh, no, it might be the 829. I'm trying to zoom in enough to be able to tell what I'm doing here.
Boca y luego te vas para atrás. Y aquí donde.
So I believe we got Bob Briggs there with a great run. So, good run for him. I do believe it is Bob Briggs.
Enfoca donde dice Norra. Súbete. Ajusta a tu ojo el binder.
282. All right, trying to lock it in here. And we got the 165 Dave Mason coming into the finish as well. So ultimately, we're looking at, Briggs, Miller, Mason, Kunch. DeStefano shouldn't be too far out either. Those are our front runners so far for day number one. And ultimately, no big surprises there. It's just a matter of, I know that there's some competitors, and we're looking at one right now, PJ Jones, and some others that are also in this thing for the overall. But they can't do that right off the bat. you know, the lower horsepower cars and stuff, and starting so far behind them as the race starts to unfold over each day. We're going to start seeing the classes get more intertwined. And I mentioned that earlier this morning, and a few things I know I say over and over, but it's just trying to drive it into people's heads and things, is that that's just the way these NORRA races work, is that it takes time and days to get cars to start racing side by side that are so stretched out from one class to the other that it just can't happen overnight, but it can happen over 2 or 3 nights. And then you get down to the end, and then you're like, holy cow, now we got ourselves a race. So Dave Mason crossed the line.
In 961 feet, narrow through bushes.
All right, and then coming up through this super rough area, we've seen that section right there of whoops really work some of these cars over right there. There's, I believe, one of the single seaters right there. And now we switch over there, and then going back to watch these whoops. They seemed not bad with the unlimited trucks. And then once we started seeing some of the other vehicles, we saw Brady Mellon come through. I was like, whoa, because that's a gnarly truck that he's in. Then you see some of these side-by-sides, and some of them were eating them up pretty good. Then you see certain vehicles come through, and you're like, wow, that's a rough ride right there. So still moving on, a lot of racing yet to go. Almost everybody still out on course. Back on board with PJ Jones. And as we're on board with PJ Jones here, I'm going to do a little homework and see. I haven't looked into where we are with the UTV classes just yet, so let me do that right now.
Embedded rocks on sides.
Get ready to get on the button. Oh, yeah.
So I do like the double navigation for PJ Jones there. All right, there is the 51 right there of Joey O. I'm going to do that super rough section. So it looks to me as we are a good jump back, which makes sense, for our first UTV to the line. We're not all that far out. But we do have a little ways yet to go before that happens. I'm double checking. We are Max Gordon's just outside of town a ways. It's going to take him a bit to get there. He is right now running parallel alongside the Highway 5. There is the 855 of Tim Kunch making it to the line. So it is still, with no surprises, mostly our different truck classes. Easy for me to say. Kunch looking really good. Truck looks like it's in great shape. And then carrying on here, I'm going to take a look as far as UTV still going. So it's looking to me, folks, as trying to find a reason to doubt what I'm seeing here. And I'll tell you what that is here in just a minute once I get it locked in. But I'm pretty confident that Max Gordon is still first on course in the UTVs. So whatever was going on earlier, they hadn't have been as bad as we thought it was. When I say we, I mean us. I don't have a mouse in my pocket. I'm talking about us together. We're a team. 235 is behind the 721. So the 235. Yep, that's not UTV. Hap Kellogg. So I believe it's still the Max Gordon Hap Kellogg show right now. And they're in two separate classes. So all in all, I don't know exactly what we were looking at earlier, but it was nothing to be concerned with. Max seems like he's doing wonderful. Hap Kellogg seems like he's doing incredible as well. Both of them are leading their classes. One in production turbo and the other in class 10. So both of them having a great day today. So there you are at the finish line right now with the, I believe that's the 801 right there. And I believe, no, I'm not going to say the name because I'm not going to screw it up, 207. I know who it is, but I'm going to double check until I get my numbers right so I start remembering them. Matt Cullen, should have just said it. Hey, and there's Mike Honcho himself right there. Doing that is the Cowbell Racing team. Got the money together to get that truck built after a little stint of, and I'm not joking, doing some male modeling. Did a full
Bob
spread.
Bauer here at the
Mike
20.
Honcho. All right. All right, so on board right here. Looking very nice, calm, cool, smooth, and collected. Looking good. You see these guys, quite a few of them. They can tell by the vegetation and the thing that's going on around them that they're getting closer to the finish line. Closer to San Felipe, getting closer to water, to say the least. And I know it looks like we will be able to do some interviews with some of our people here very shortly. I believe we're going to have Bob Bauer hopping on. All right, so we're going to go out from the desert a few miles outside of San Felipe to the warm, beautiful shorelines of our finish line with Bob Bauer. Bob, I believe you had an opportunity to talk to Mark Post. Tell me what's going on.
Bob Bauer here at the 2025 NORRA Mexican 1000 with Mark Post. And, you know, this is the first day and the end of the first day. Mark, you've got like 3 decades of experience at this, and as well as your truck does too. I want to hear a little about that.
Yeah, this truck, in my opinion, the Riviera number 3 is the most iconic trophy truck in Baja. And I bought it in about 1994 from Robbie Gordon, branded it Riviera, and this will be my 30th. I've done 36 Baja 1000s, but so I want to keep the legacy of Riviera going, and so that's why I brought on 3 Hall of Famers. I think I'll be there hopefully soon. But Robbie Gordon, Larry Ragland, Rob McCachran. Larry had a flawless section. I had a flawless section. We hit our goal, which was to have a clean day 1 and a clean day 2 and a clean day 3. If you have 6 clean days in this race, done deal. So I'm very excited. The truck ran phenomenally. It wasn't stressed in any way. The temperatures were perfect. The performance was perfect. So I'm excited about tomorrow.
So when you get to a finish line and you know you were the first car here.
Well, I like that feeling.
I do. And I guess that's where I want to go with this. Mark, is that because of all those years of experience, what does that really mean to a guy when he does it after all 3 decades and another time you're the first over the line?
Well, you know what? When I first got in this sport, I watched, and I saw many rich people come through this sport thinking they could buy a trophy.
Oh, yeah.
But I learned experience is the only way you get there. So you got to put in your work. You got to be respectful of your truck, the Baja, everything. And really, experience is the key. Experience is the key down here.
Experience means wisdom. Wisdom means finish lines.
Both of them couldn't have said it any better themselves there, as far as experience is where it's at. And Mark to say, hey, many rich guys thought they'd come down here and buy a trophy, and over the years there's been a ton of rich guys that just spend a ton of money and they can't prevail. They can't make it happen. So you need more than just money. You need heart. You need ability, you need talent, and to see Mark Post out there, and as I said, he put a whooping on everybody here, and so that it was really impressive. And with Mark being a buddy and stuff, it's cool to see him, still feels the emotions, if you will, of out there of winning and what he's been through for the last 30 years, and buying that truck from Robbie Gordon, 1994. I was just a whippersnapper graduating high school when he bought that truck. but I still have, as I said before, I still have pictures of that truck still hanging up in my mother's basement of her house. They're still down there, and so pretty cool. But that truck has been around for a long time. So has Mark Post and his team. And then bringing out the Hall of Famers like Larry Ragland and Robbie Gordon. You know, he's had Ed Herbst. You know, he's had just recently in the last just couple of years, there's been so many amazing people that have been a part of that. And then think about all the years of racing of not just drivers and not just navigators, but co-drivers and chase team people, and everybody that goes with it. You got to have an amazing group of people behind you to do what that Riviera truck has done over the years. No doubt about it. So still cruising along, having a good day here. We are now getting into, I believe, I thought for a minute before we went to the interview, I thought I saw UTV come across the line. And maybe I did, but I don't have it all right in front of me, so it's hard to tell for sure. But I know that we are still waiting on the majority of the UTVs, if not all of them. I could be wrong, so we hop to that interview quick. There is one of these speed UTVs handling that portion of the course quite well, because that's actually one of the rougher ones. And it seemed like everyone was really getting their butt kicked through there. And that car looked like it was handled like a champion. Alrighty, so now as we are out in the desert in one of the rougher areas, we did have Bob Briggs had an opportunity to speak with another competitor. And let's find out what happened with you, Bob. What's going on, buddy?
I've done a pretty good job of getting this old truck here. But then again, you look at Bob Briggs and you realize
I'm just as old as the truck, so it's okay.
But just as much a winner. I mean, you guys came in, what, top 3 or 4 that made
I was the second truck in here, so I don't know where I actually finished, but I was in the second truck next to Mark Post, so we did good, so let me put it that way. No flats, no issues, no offs, so it was a real good day for us.
Nothing you would change?
No, absolutely not. I got a dead bead lock on the other side, but that's about the only thing we're going to change and check his fluids and send it out tomorrow. So,
well, so now you bring up tomorrow. Let me change horses.
Okay.
How old is this truck?
Well, it was a 1990 Dale White Class 8 truck. So, you know, it started life somewhere in the late 80s, early 90s, and it's the pink slip on the thing says 1990. So it's an old 90s Class 8 truck that Dale White built, and I rode with Jimmy Johnson in the thing in 1994 at the Baja 1000. Front suspension broke, we didn't finish, and he went on to be Jimmy Johnson, and I went on to run my business. And when I decided to go back into off-road racing and do the NORRA thing, which seemed like a lot of fun, I saw this truck for sale and decided to buy it and do a little upgrade to it, and here we are.
This is day one of a week full of happy, and you just saw a good example of happy.
A week full of happy. That's a great way to put it. I love that. And he's right. A week full of happy. Speaking of happy, here comes our Safari team. Safari class coming in. Very cool. So Safari, you see there, you don't have to have anything fancy. You don't have to have anything as fancy as what you just saw come across the line either. All you need is 4-wheel drive and a sense of adventure. And that's all you got to do. You come on down here to Baja and have an awesome, awesome time. Just cruising along, enjoying the desert, enjoying the views. As we're now on board with Robbie Gordon again in the number 7. Robbie also having a good run. And there is the 21-12 across the line. So the 21-12 looking good, having a nice run right there. That is Grant Ingram. And that is in a relatively brand new 2024 Jackal. Those Jackals are nice cars. So there they are, looking good, coming across the line. Nice and clean. The car looked like it was in great shape. now back out to this shot of everyone really kind of getting beat up pretty rough right here. All right, so you see off by their lonesopes in the desert. I'm not sure exactly what competitor that is, but I know it's enough for UTV when they're trying to get out of the rough stuff, but there's really nowhere to go that is not rough stuff. As you see him just clipping along right there. Getting in a little slow right there. It's super rough. And we're just seeing how that makes total sense. We're just seeing a different angle of that shot getting in there. So that makes sense now. Yeah, and that's why it's so rough, because that's not a slow team right there. It's just real rough stuff getting through there. And we see him, just the dust there off in the desert. Still waiting to get to the UTVs across the line yet. We should not be far off from seeing Max Gordon. All right, so on board right now with, I believe, Robbie Gordon. As he's still got a fair amount of distance to go, but as far as UTV classes, he is looking pretty darn good today. Now we're back on board again. We've been following this team for quite a while. There's LaHoof. And right now, LaHoof on the highway, so just mellowed out right now. They've been running a nice, smooth, smart NORRA's Baja so far today. They've done nothing wrong except just make right decisions. That's all they've been doing all day long. Staying nice and calm and relaxed. So it's been quite impressive for them. And hopefully that consistency continues on throughout the rest of the week. So we're going to head on down to the finish line in San Felipe and get up with some more of our drivers. What do we got going on down the finish?
Here with Brent Fox at the finish line of day one. And, you know, it's kind of interesting that a rally is what we're in. So we have a day to stop every day. We have a finish line vibe every night. We have all this fun every day until it's over. But you have a lot of experience, Brent, at off-road racing, not just rallying. Tell me about the difference between those two.
You know what, we run in the spec class, and the spec class anymore is just so competitive. It's go from the time the checkered or the green flag drops clear to the checkered. You take a minute to try to take it easy, then you get your butt kicked. So coming down here and running the rally style racing's a little bit different for us. You know, able to go run your stage, and then you kind of got your transfers in between, able to take a breath. And not only that, we're only finishing day one. We've got 5 more days to go. So it's you know, there's a lot of strategy involved. First of all, you got to make sure that your vehicle's going to make it to Cabo. If it don't make it down there, then it's all for nothing. So that's kind of our goal, is just to get through each day, one day at a time, not try to look too far ahead. You know, finish each day and make sure the truck's ready for the next day, and that's how we're going to go down there and win this thing.
Who do you think you need to beat?
We need to beat the desert.
That's exactly where I was headed with it, George. Did you hear what he had to say? It isn't about these other trucks. It's about this doggone desert. And that means mental. And endurance racing, desert racing and rally is mental.
About the time you feel too good, the desert shows you who's boss. And so no matter how good you feel, you kind of got to just back her down a little bit. The bad days, you know, you got to pick it up. The good days, keep it down so you don't get carried away and wad a truck up on day 2 or day 3 or day 4 for that matter. So that's kind of our goal. You know, there are lots of other fantastic competitors out here, but realistically, we're racing ourselves. We're trying to keep the truck in one piece, not trying to make mistakes, not trying to get flats. There's just so much to it. So that's our goals.
That is a winning mentality. I can't wait to the end of the week to see how this all turns out.
All right, got a good interview there. Bob, I don't know who George is, but I'll pass on that message to him. As we see there, Sherry Paxson at the finish line, waiting on more competitors to come across the line. Looking at our monitor here, or my monitor, I should say. We are not too far off from seeing some of our UTV competitors cross the line here. We should be seeing Max Gordon any moment, I do believe. Literally any moment. He should be coming around the hill here very shortly. And then not far up behind him, we have the Fab School entry as well for the Class 10. So class winner there as well. And then it looks like PJ Jones is a few clicks back as well, as we are now on board with Robbie Gordon. And Robbie Gordon pulling over. And it looks like the Navigator may be getting out. But we should be seeing Max Gordon coming across the line. There he is. So we have Max Gordon at the finish line. Robbie Gordon out in the desert a bit with the co-driver getting out of the car. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with him. So we have a electrolyte drink for Max and a cerveza for the co-driver. That tells about the ages of the cars, who's in the car there. And now we're back with the number 980, PJ Jones.
Caution ditches on left. In 569 feet, double caution keep straight off track. In 575 feet.
And there is the 235 vehicle. Made across the line as well. And that is Derek Hunter in his 2018 Renthal. Back up and running with Robbie Gordon. That was a quick whatever it was. And there's one of the competitors in the Triple Deuce team. There's 3 of them out there in the 222s with the Triple Deuce. Getting through a very rough section. And that car handling quite well through there. So I think that, I could be wrong, but that is the first of the Triple Deuce team that we have seen in some time. And we're back on board with PJ Jones. PJ having a good run as well by class and by overall. If you think about all of the different evolution vehicles and heavy metals and unlimiteds and all of this that started up front, and now already in just day one, we're starting to see some of those vehicles fall back, some of the faster UTVs move up. So already, and this is the term I've already used before, the cream of the crop is starting to move to the top. So as we are digging through here right now, through this very rough section, and I think I could be wrong. Let me get a little closer. That should be PJ Jones by the look of his car. We've been on board with him for a while. Smart run. Not just hammering the car. So nice, smooth run for him. And taking a nice smooth run. We'll see if there's any hiccups and what they were. Let's go down below. And let's see what's going on with Dave Mason Jr.
Dude, Dave Mason, the rally is so much different than a normal desert race. You know when to push, you know when not to push. How's it going so far?
Well, like you said, we've gained a lot of experience in this race over the last several years. Winning last year taught us a lot. It took a lot of effort to get to that point. And so we learned early on, you just can't throw it away. I mean, there's a lot of tricky sections getting out of Ensenada, a lot of really technical, rocky sections, and it's so easy to get a flat or throw it off the road or get stuck or get lost. And we just had to play it smart. So that's what we did today. We ran really well in the first couple stages, and then the last stage today, the whoops were just monstrous, and it was totally a truck stage for the last one. So I know we lost a little bit of time on the trucks, but that's okay because the smoother it gets further down, we'll just keep reeling them back in. So I know we're in good shape today. The car came back perfect. Yokohama tires were great, and we're feeling good.
So two things that you talked about there. First of all, congratulations again for winning last year. How hard do you think it's going to be this year? Because you got a couple guys that are pretty fast in front.
Yeah, it's extremely competitive this year, and we were third overall last year. We're really gunning for that first overall. I mean, a lot of things can happen, but we just have to try and keep ourselves in contention each day and not be one of the teams that makes a mistake. So that's really our goal, is to just be there, pushing the pace the whole way, keep the pressure on the competition, and hopefully not be the ones to blow it.
That's almost like magic though, right? Pushing the pace, but making sure that you don't break anything?
Yeah, it's a careful balance. I mean, it's a very, very delicate balance. So fortunately, our car's really dialed. We have great traction with these Yokohama tires, so I can push into the corners really hard and still feel confident, and the car's working as better than it ever has. So at this point, I'm really comfortable. I don't have to totally drive over my head in order to maintain a good pace compared to everybody else, but our goal is to just be smart.
So one last question, and I think this is going to be something that follows through for the whole week. How difficult is it, or how much work do you have to put in with the team to make sure the vehicle is prepared for the next day?
You know, I mean, it's a pretty extensive check over the car each night. I work on the media stuff with my my team member who handles the media, my buddy Johnny, and then our crew. They've been kind of following us around all day. They're working on it pretty extensively into the night, making sure that we don't miss anything that may have started to fail overnight or during the day, and we catch it overnight, and we want to make sure the car's like brand new in the morning.
It's crazy. It's a tireless 7 to 10 days, but good job, dude. We'll see you at the finish.
Gracias, amigo.
All right, well done down there. We're on board with Brad Helko.
This thing does look cherry. Like, it looks like you didn't even try.
Helko putting in a great run in his speed UTV. So far, day one has worked out quite well for him. As we continue on, look at the landscape. Little sandy, little silty, really rocky. They can pop up anywhere right there. And running good. Listen to him, nice and smooth. Not overworking the car. Really impressive stuff. And he probably knows right now, he's like, hey, listen, we know the leaders of the race have made it to the finish line most likely. He has maybe somewhat of an idea of where he's sitting right now. He knows he's not too far off from getting where he needs to be. And all in all, it's a nice smooth day right now. His job is just keep doing everything he's been doing because it's working. And of course, as Dave Mason Jr. just said too, you know, everybody that races down in Baja knows that it gets really rough in and around, anywhere in and around San Felipe. And San Felipe has been known for a very long time of just really will beat you up going into San Felipe and going out of San Felipe. It's a mess. And we know that later on, when we go a little further down the peninsula, it's still rough, but this is probably about the roughest area that it is, going through the San Felipe area here. And so that's going to change up a little bit, and that's going to give the opportunity for cars with lesser wheel travel and things like that that are not, unlimited trucks and things of that nature, an opportunity like Dave Mason Jr. and our UTVs and different classes like that to move on up and do really well. So now going through that rough section again, you can see the cars, they really get beat. I'm sure at this point in time, most of the competitors are like, oh, please just get me across the line. So there he is, making his way through this section. And right behind him, another competitor about ready to get into his dust. You can tell that competitor is pushing a little bit further, they can see. And that is a UTV in front of him with looks like a 3 or 4 seater pre-runner behind him. It was not a UTV. You could tell by the sound of the power plant in that vehicle. And they're pushing to make up some ground here and get around that UTV as soon as possible. So looking off into the distance right there, and now we're back with Franz Muir, the 1199 Evolution Class 11 in his V-Dub trophy. As we continue to bring you all the action from each start of each sector, all the way through the course and to the finish line. So we're giving you a lot more action. So now pushing 2 o'clock here. We've been broadcasting for 6 hours straight here. And we've got a few more hours left to go of bringing you all of the action. So on board here in that V-Dub trophy, Franz Muir. By class, Franz Muir doing quite well, but still has a lot of race left to go in front of him. And as we are taking a look, or I say I am taking a look here, Franz Muir has 64 miles to go in front of him before he gets to the finish line in San Felipe. It's the longest sector of day one out of the 3 sectors. And there's that buggy dancing up over those whoops, looking pretty good. The wheel travel on that thing's pretty wild. There's Glidden across the line as well. And there is PJ Jones. The been there, done that, won that, PJ Jones. One of, I believe, top 3, maybe 4 UTVs across the line, all in different classes. We know one of those couple of UTVs across the line is also a Class 10. So looking real good right there. So sitting at the finish line here, PJ Jones with his co-driver there, or his navigator, I should say, gets himself a cerveza. It's time to go back, relax for a minute, and then go through the car, make sure everything's in great shape. As far as PJ's performance goes, and the number 980 out of Arizona, those guys, they know how to prep a car, and they know how to take care of a car. PJ has been a winner down here in NORRA in the past, and he's looking to do that again. As now we're back on board, but I believe we are back on with Hans Muir. Franz Muir, yep. And we now have, he's probably down to about 62 miles to go, so still a lot of race ahead for him. See him just getting through some of this rough stuff, trying to navigate it properly. Even in, granted it's an older machine, and it's a super nice V-Dub trophy, but it's a long day in a V-Dub bug, without a doubt. And it can be a physically rough day, as you can see right there. But they are getting into the dust of other competitors. That competitor was ahead of them a bit, but now they're starting to reel them in a little. There is the 734 right there in what is a bone stock Yamaha. And that bone stock 734 Yamaha is driven by Steve Geist. It's a 2021 naturally aspirated Evolution production.
That's Todd, and he's getting towed on the race course. Todd Romero on the race course.
So I can hear them saying something about Todd Romano on the race course. I don't know exactly what that was. I don't know if he said he was stuck or where that was even coming from. But I did definitely hear some competitors talking about Todd. And then another, we got a bit of a race there.
This is your narrow and tower caution. Oh.
Let's just be quiet and listen. These guys are great at navigating and communicating. Let's take a minute to listen in.
Straight? Straight. Of course. God. Yeah. Straight over crest into whoops. There you go. God.
So you hear them laughing, but maybe not fully enjoying their experience right now as they show us what I was talking about earlier, the experience of going through the whoops here in San Felipe with just, oh, God, is over and over. And we saw a pass right there as well. But this is not a fast section of the course. This is a take your time, get through it, and just suffer your way through it if you're not a big wheel travel vehicle. You just got to make it, and it's rough. And you just can take a pounding on it. But we do have an opportunity to head down to the finish line here and speak to the one and only Mad Max Gordon. I'd love to hear what he has to say.
Max Gordon, dude.
Well, you know, we started first in Pro Turbo, one behind the overall UTV, and we kept a good pace just in his dust, and just never got in it to make a mistake on the first stage. And then coming in to the last like 5 miles of the first stage, he had ended up crashing into a tree, and he was pretty wadded up, and we stopped to make sure he was all right. But he was good, and we got back in, or kept going and went around him, and then finished that stage off, and the Fab School guys were right behind us. And then we started stage 2 off, and couldn't get rid of these guys. They were just on my tail all day long. And we put last stage, I was like, okay, let's see if we can put a few minutes on them. But we put about 2.5 minutes on them, and then about 5 miles from the finish, we broke a belt. And then it looks like they beat us by a minute today. But it is what it is. We'll come back tomorrow and see how we end up.
Yeah, so rallies are completely different, right? Like we were talking about this earlier, and it's, I don't want to say a game of patience, right? Because you still have to give it the berries and make sure you win every day, but you don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, one of your competitors was out instantly.
Yeah, you know, we're also not in the same class, but you know, we're going for the overall, and it's like I thought that guy that was going to lead, I thought the guy that was going to lead today was going to be gone, but you know, stuff happens, and ended up making a mistake. And hopefully we don't make a mistake and just keep clean and stay out of people's dust and not make a mistake.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Nick McPhee is who is in that incident, but he's going to try to see if he can get it handled and come back tomorrow, so you'll still have more competition. It's cool that he has a second chance. And then when you say you want to go for the overall, you're talking about beating all the cars?
Yeah.
That's a pretty high standard to meet. You think you can do it?
I don't know. I heard at Pit 2 today that we were 5th overall, including every vehicle, and 1st overall UTV. So I mean, I don't know what the time was.
In the interview just cut out due to losing the internet down there. But I had talked about that earlier today, that Max Gordon and people like Max Gordon, Robbie Gordon, PJ Jones, these guys, they're here to win the whole thing in a UTV. And it's feasible. It can happen. But yeah, that's a tall one to meet. Tall order there. It certainly is. And but you know, it's very possible that that they can make it happen. They just got to keep the car together. You know, I mean, obviously lost. He said he gained a few minutes on the Fab School entry and then lost that belt, and then that was a bit of a problem. So they got it back on. So ultimately, he lost almost 5 minutes right there. You know, as long as he can stay away from losing those 5 minutes for the next 5 days, that'll be huge. As we're back on board with another Speed UTV entry here, this is Brad Halko. Brad Halko getting hot and heavy into the real rough stuff. And it's just going to get worse from here as it gets closer into town. But not too far off from making it to the finish in San Felipe. You know, he's been doing the same thing all day, just staying calm, not overworking the machine. And that is the name of the game when you're looking at a 6-day-long race. As you see, meanwhile, Brad Halko is holding up a lot better in this race than our NORRA Arch is. As you see the team getting the arch back up as it had just come down in the middle of the finish line there. I think one of the air blowers or something had come unplugged. Some small, cheap entertainment for me. Meanwhile, coming in through this very rough section, another competitor right there, probably thinking, oh, sweet God, when is this section going to be over? As we stay on board with Halko. Brad Halko keeping that Speed UTV in full effect, running nice and smooth. And out there in the middle of nowhere is some fans which is no big surprise. These people just show up anywhere. Sometimes I don't know where they come from. From doing races down here to doing Dakar races and things and being out in the absolute middle of nowhere. And all of a sudden, there they are. I don't know where they come from. Here is another buggy coming through that is not a UTV. You can tell by the horsepower and the sheer size of it. Getting through those whoops a little bit easier there with that big horsepower and the massive wheel travel. And there we are, still cruising along. We've been on board with these guys several times today. They are also keeping it nice and calm. Tom Allen in the 414. And there is another speed UTV to the finish line. I think it was at the 874. Yes, it was. That was Bronson coming across the line. So he has made it in the Evolution Production Turbo class. So you saw one of our bigger trucks there, one of the, I don't know if it was Unlimited or Spec or what, but obviously had some problems earlier on and now is stuck back in some of the slower buggies and UTVs and things. And now we're back on board with Franz Muir. Just digging along in that V-dub. No, and granted, you know, we're not sitting in the car, but it looks impressively smooth for what the car is. That vehicle is all right, not bad at all. Through slightly smoother, faster area for this machine in the V-dub. And right now, Franz Muir doing his thing. Doing his thing here, cruising right along. As he's cruising along, looking good. This is a nice area for Franz. All right, now we are back on board with another UTV here. And speaking of which, there's another one coming across the line. Right now, once we zoom in, we are the 988. Has made it here to the finish. I say here, I'm here, they're there. 988 of Drew Peffery. Drew Peffery in the 2024 Maverick R. So Peffery has made it happen. And I don't know if you can hear it, but I did say that we have a very international class here, a group of people, I should say, here. And in my ear, I mean, I'm sure it had to have been France, but I'm pretty confident I could hear some German talking there in the background. That's what it sounded like to me. And I do travel the world. I'm pretty good with listening. I can't speak other languages, but I can usually tell you where they're from. And that's just a little bit of it. You know, we've got New Zealand, Australia, you know, all over the States, Canada, South America. I do believe Germany. I know we have a competitor here from Beijing, from all over the place. So now we're on board with the 8733 of Joris Hitt. Joris Hitt. We've hopped on board. We've had a wild ride today, and I say wild, it's been a good ride. I think they've been doing all right, but we've been a few times we've hopped on board with them and been like, whoa! And they have been really getting jostled around, getting pretty physical in the cab of that car. And but all in all, it seems as though they're putting together a great day. Now we see another one of our Evolution trucks here, or maybe it's an older vintage. We're going to find out here in a minute, and I think that might even be one of the older vintage Broncos in the background there. We'll see when we get closer. Oh, you know, it might be that Jeep. Once we get a little closer here, I'll be able to tell you a little bit more information about what that is. So there is an older vintage vehicle, followed by another vehicle, but I think, yeah, that is, that's an old Bronco right there. And that's a rough ride. That's a long day, boys. That's a long day right there. All right, back on board with these guys here. We were with them about 20, 25 minutes ago, and they're saying,
this is a right to left.
Basically, they're saying, oh my God, when are these whoops going to end?
I see it.
And you can tell these guys navigating-wise, very impressive.
Right.
And earlier on, they seemed as though everything was so nice and mellow, but now
This way? Yes.
they are physically getting beat up pretty bad in the car
Yep.
for the last, 20, 30 miles. And you can hear it in their voice. In their voices, they're slightly winded a little bit, getting beat up a little bit, getting tired.
Oh, shit. He is gone, man. That car has got...
What's that? Thank you. Thank you. Having a blast.
So yeah, Jeremy Freeze, Crazy, and the team are doing an excellent job, and they have been all day long. And I've been very impressed with their navigation. But you can hear it in their voices that it's been a long day for them, and it's rough. And right now they're just thinking, when is this gonna stop? And I'll tell you, gentlemen, you're coming into San Felipe, and you're gonna leave the same way you came in, not the same way on course, but the same style, and the whoops don't stop until you're out and away from San Felipe. They get gnarly through here. A lot of racing happens in the area. A lot of the locals use it. A lot of people are into riding, driving, have, got dirt bikes, ATVs, UTVs, off-road trucks, four-wheel drive trucks, and they are always out here on these courses. And they get beat. And there is the 136 across the line as well. So the 136 vintage open buggies, that's season of Chenoweth, that is Jay Bills. So now back on board with our guys here. They had just pulled off to the side and another vehicle go by again. A smart move. And now we're on board with, I'm trying to figure it out just by looking at the car. I feel it's a speed UTV, but I could be wrong. No, yeah, it is Helco, so it is a speed UTV. So back on board with Brad Helco. Doing his best to dig towards the finish, and he is quite close to it now. Listen to that car, that UTV, speed UTV just work, do its thing. Sounds like it's running great. They've had a nice, smart race all day today. So they're looking pretty good right now. And you can tell by the horizon, compared to some of the other competitors, they can almost see, it's not an oasis, it really is the finish line, a handful of clicks ahead of them. So they're getting down to the nitty gritty. They've been out there since, they've been on course. All right, so still digging along, getting to the finish line there. But yeah, it has been a long day for them. I don't know if they expected, if they fully expected it to be as rough as it is or has been. But if they did, then it is what it is. If they didn't, then, well, now they're learning about it. But yeah, it is not easy going in or out of the San Felipe area. It is just a beat, and that's just the way it is. There is that stock Yamaha again. We watched him a couple hours ago. I'm going to take a look back here. We heard some stuff about Todd Romano earlier. I didn't know exactly what it was. I'm going to see if I can find out just where he is. So as I'm taking a look here, I think we got one of the old Broncos coming through. And so I have reason to believe right now, I shouldn't jump the gun here. I understand that, but of where Todd Romano is, I have an idea of where I feel he should have been. And let me see here as I'm cruising along here. I'm just taking a look before we get too far here. I'd just like to have an idea of where he's at, because whenever I hear another competitor talking about other competitors in the middle of the race, it makes me think, why? Why are you not concentrating on your program? And what are you talking about with that guy right now? And so it makes me think, is Romano still up and running? Does he have some problems? And so as we're taking a look here, we're going to get ready to go down to the finish line momentarily, catch up with another interview or so. And in the meantime, as I told you before, you can go, if you'd like, to the NORRA website. And on the NORRA website, we'll give you all the information. You can use the same information that I'm doing. So in the meantime, while I'm doing that homework and checking things out, you can do it the same as home. But we're going to head down to the finish line and get a little information on what's going on today with Max Eddy. What's the word at the finish at San Felipe?
Travis Clark, Max Eddy. Travis, you haven't been behind the wheel for a long time. Tell us how it was, buddy.
It was a little rusty at first. You know, it's hard to go right into qualifying and then go right into the race, but it was a blast. This course is so fun. I had no idea there was so many good dirt roads out here next to all the shit we usually race on, and so it was a lot of fun. We went through the pine forest, run along the beach here. It's an epic course. It's really, really fun, and Max is absolute professional. Brock, I see why you get the easy spot in Dakar. He just tells you what to do, and you just have to do, you know, whatever he says, and you'll come through clean. So it was a great day. It was fun.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely enjoyable getting to race some other roads that we don't get to do a lot, especially racing the Score Series. And with our first time racing NORRA and being down here, you know, raced 20 years down here and never seen a lot of these roads, so it's cool. It's refreshing to know that there's still some good stuff down here.
And so compared to what you guys are usually used to, you guys are usually used to just one and done, right? Now you have, what, 6 days left? What do you think the move is, Travis?
I think just keep at the pace we're going. You know, there's a lot of people taking themselves out, so we just got to keep, you know, cruising and keep picking them off and enjoying it. Got to have fun down here while you're doing it. There's no point in being down here.
Max?
Yeah, you know, just we want to enjoy the time. We don't want to spend all night working on the car. We want to hang out and enjoy each other and just, you know, enjoy the view down here and not have to work on the car all day. So just keep her moving, and Travis did an amazing job today, and we're here. Car's in perfect position.
Thank you very much for bringing the NORRA mustache as well, buddy.
Yeah.
There it is.
Good job, boys.
Well, right down at the end, bringing the NORRA mustache. I love it. And our leader, El Jefe, Eliseo Garcia, he started off a few weeks ago with a smoking NORRA mustache down here, doing everything on Instagram and all that stuff with it. And I think a lot of people brought theirs along with them. I should have done the same. So that being said, there's what went on with Max Eddy, and obviously Max Eddy and his team, and Brock Hager, who is not here with us this weekend, but is a Dakar champion. These guys, you know, they know UTV racing around the world, and they know it as good as anyone, if not better. And for them to go out there and say what a cool course and everything it was, that's really impressive stuff. So kudos to those guys. And as I was looking around here, I know we're still on board with another one of our speed competitors. And as I was telling you, I was going to do some homework for you and find out where some of the other competitors are here. But we got quite a few still on course. I mean, quite a few. The majority are across the line. But right now, I'm just looking to see where Romano is. I don't know where he is, but I do know that all of our front runners from all the classes have made it across the line, and they are all here and in full effect. So everyone's looking good, and a day through with everything's fine. No one's in rough shape at all. And so right now we're dialed in, and all in all, it's a good day. And I've got a special guest that just walked into the studio right here. And so that being said here, all right, so what we're going to do to make it easier, I've got a special guest just came in. We're not going to talk to him right at the moment. We're not going to do that. He said, no, I don't want to do that. But if you've ever seen a man in a brand new fire suit, bright orange and black fire suit with all the sponsors on it, brand new hat, and he happens to look like Mike Perlman, and you don't even know how to live life till you've seen this. Man, you look like you just won the Daytona 500. So it's funny when I'm like, well, what's going on here? And then someone opens the door and comes on in, and there's my buddy here, Mike Perlman. But either way, Mike, I know you're just going to sit and relax. I just want to let him know that you're here. and we're watching our screens here, and I just want to let them know, you know, that you're here and how amazing you look, and you're ready to go racing.
I've already been in the car, out of the car, handed it over. I'm going to fly down to Loretto, relax, wait for the race, welcome everybody in. The next meeting. Hi to everybody.
Right on. So Mike Perlman there, and we're going to dinner tonight, right?
You're damn right we are.
Work that in easy. All right. So me and Mike Perlman will be hitting up dinner later on. So, folks, it's been a great day here so far for our first run so far down to San Felipe. We started off here in Ensenada, where our studio is for the week, and we'll be here all week long, bringing you the action. And what a day it has been, as we are now getting down to the nitty-gritty. Just a couple handfuls of cars out on course. The majority of the leaders, top 5, 6, 7 from each class for the most part, are across the line. So all in all, it's a good day. Everyone's in safe and in perfect condition. So not a bad start for day number 1 here so far. But don't forget, we've got a lot of racing yet to come. As we are heading tomorrow, we're going to continue it on, going further south, and make our way all the way down at the end of day 6. We will be down in Cabo, but tomorrow we're taking off early in the morning again, going from San Felipe to Bay of LA. And from Bay of LA then to San Ignacio, which is a little bit different. We don't normally do that, so we're throwing that in the mix, Bay of LA to San Ignacio. So we're crossing back and forth across the peninsula, San Ignacio, then on to Loretto, which is a nice vacation for everybody. When you get to Loretto, it's absolutely beautiful down there, and our host hotel as well. Then on to La Paz, and of course to Cabo, where I will then be flying down and handing out the awards to all of our champions, to all the different classes. So very exciting stuff, and a lot of racing yet to come. All right, so with all that being said, folks, today was one of those days where all the other competitors out there, especially in our unlimited class and such, I hope they had a pen and a pad and wrote down notes as Mark Post and the Riviera team took everyone to school. Absolutely throttled them in day number 1. Can that continue on? Yeah, it can. But the chances of that type of dominance for 6 straight days, anything's possible. Man, what an impressive run they put together, and that's why that truck that was purchased from Robbie Gordon in 1994 is still being run, still being used, because it's so impressive. It was way ahead of its time in technology years ago. So congratulations to the whole Riviera team and everybody that's involved with driving that, not just today, but all the way down the peninsula till we get down to Cabo. And, of course, to our winners with for day 1 in our UTV classes. Congratulations to Max Gordon for being out front and running so well. Fab School team. It took you guys some time to put an awesome project together with your Pro R and make it into your own custom UTV. But Fab School up on top of the box for Class 10. So very impressive stuff for you guys as well, and all of our competitors that were running so well today. And we're going to continue to touch on all of them as the week rolls on. So, folks, we have 5 more days of racing yet to go. So make sure you stick with us. We'll be back on air tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time. But for Speed UTV, Bilstein, Myers-Manx, Fab School, and, of course, Ford Motor Company, along with Pam Hall, I'm Sean Cerveny. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is your 2025 NORRA's Baja. We got a long race to go. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Tune in. I'll be here.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.